Welcome to day 2 of our Photoshop Advanced class for the CG School. We've got an action-packed day here set out in front of us. We covered a lot of territory yesterday, quite a few things off of our list in terms of figuring out how we work with advanced color correction techniques, measuring our files using the histogram and setting up some different color measurement tools, as well as we worked with some smart objects and different filtering, including ways to sharpen our image and do it non-destructively with unsharp mask and high pass. Today what I want to do is I want to start to kind of dive into a few production scenes here, some production files. And the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to spend just a little bit of time looking through how these files have been set up. And what we're going to notice is most everything that we covered yesterday in terms of our theory and you know the one file that we put together for our terrace is going to be very similar to what our results are here today. Before the day is through, we're going to work on compositing different entourage elements into our renderings, such as the sky and trees and people, and I'll go over a few techniques for tackling those issues. And then we're also going to touch on some specific photography techniques in terms of some great tools that Photoshop has at its disposal for merging several photographs into a larger panorama. A couple of other techniques of using a shift lens camera and putting together a wider angle of view. We'll talk about a bit of painting, what we can do in terms of painting on images and dodge and burn and doing some image enhancement. And then towards the end of the day, we're going to talk about a few additional tools in conjunction with Photoshop that really can open up your workflow, and such as using Camera Raw inside of Photoshop or Adobe Lightroom as an additional piece of software. And then we'll even talk a bit about color grading and ways that we can do that in both of those ways, but also using a tool from Magic Bullet called PhotoLooks. So let's dive in a little bit. I'm going to walk through a couple of files here, and this is a scene worked on not that long ago. It's a pretty complicated scene in the fact that it's got a lot of detail in it. The scale of this image is quite large in terms of its image resolution. So if you look at pixel dimensions, we haven't really talked about a final image size. And we had been working yesterday on a 4K image, which was 4,000 pixels by 3,200 pixels. This particular image is quite large, and the reason it is that large is that this was intended for some very high resolution prints as well as a billboard. So you can see that we've got quite a bit of render size here. One thing, just as we're in this window here for image size, one of the common subjects that will come up as you share files between yourself and your client, or even print vendors. One of the things that you'll notice here is we've got a document size that's listed in inches and height. We've also got our document size that's listed in our pixels, and we've got our resolution here. Well, in terms of our resolution, resolution is just a measurement of the ratio of how you want to interpret those pixels. So for instance, if I change this to 300, well, I'm actually going to be affecting the resolution of my image, and I don't want to do that because that's actually going to scale this up, and you can see that it's made this quite large. Well, I'm going to hit escape out of that. What I want to do is I want to turn off resample image so that I'm not affecting my pixel dimensions at all. These pixels are the amount of pixels that I have in my rendering regardless of my resolution. And so if your client or your vendor wants that at 300 dots per inch, well, if I turn off resample image, you'll see that that has a native resolution of 22, a native size of 22 inches by 8.5 inches. And that's exactly what this was designed for. So this image was designed for a 22 by 8.5 spread that was meant to be printed out at 300 dots per inch. Now, had I not changed this, odds are that if I were to send this file to somebody, they would read this as 72 dots per inch, and they would automatically think that we didn't give them enough resolution. But you'll notice as I change that without resample image on, my width of this image is actually almost 92 inches by 35 inches. So essentially, you know, it's the same as we could be driving the same speed, but we're measuring it in miles per hour versus kilometers per hour. It's two different measurements in terms of the number of dots per inch. The key factor in all of this is your final pixel size. And as I mentioned, the final pixel size in this is staying the same because I've turned off resample image, so I'm measuring it in various different ways. So you'll notice even if I hit OK here, nothing has happened to my image. It's not changed. It's just the way that it's seeing it. So the first thing that we want to do is I'm going to zoom into actual pixels here, and let's just kind of float around this image a little bit and look at some detail. So here we are at actual pixel dimensions, and you'll notice that we've got quite a bit of resolution in here. Hopefully this will be okay as we push around. Now, if I turn off all of my adjustments and I absolutely go all the way back to my rendering, well, you'll see what has been done to this image. And even more so, if I go to my rendering main, you'll notice that I have a whole bunch of layers that have been turned on here that are adjustments. So let me turn off all of those layers. So really, where this image started was all the way back here, and this is how it was rendered out. One of the things that I want to point out in terms of how this was rendered, and I'll zoom all the way back out to fit my screen, is that I purposely rendered this image so that I was working with a histogram that was as full as I could get it without overexposing or underexposing areas in that file. And you'll see that there's just a tiny little bit over here in my red channel that was slightly overexposed. Now this is very similar, but you can see that my green and blue channels are all got pretty full information, maybe a little underexposed over here in my blue channel. This is a common practice when you're shooting photographs, looking at your histogram and evaluating where your color ranges are as you're taking your photo exposures. I wanted to give myself the most flexibility in terms of taking this Photoshop file and painting it to its final. So let me turn back on these layers. You can start to see what these adjustments have done. And there we go. So I'm going to zoom back into a few areas here. And again, I want to be at 100% so that we're getting a nice, resolute, crisp, clean image. You can start to see some of the things that have been painted in here, some fountains that we've dropped in, and we've put a little bit of long exposure on it, so it's kind of blurred those images, given it a little bit of ripples. Come over here, you can start to see that we've added some people into the images. We've painted in a couple of bubbles here in our hot tub. Now there are a few things that it might have been a slightly better technique to maybe not render all of these trees inside of our scene and paint some of them in there. But for the purposes of getting this full image rendered in the rest of a set, it made sense in this instance to render out all of these different trees and things inside of there. You can see we've got a little bit of a backdrop that's painted in. As we come up to our image interior, you'll see that we've got some reflections and some curtains and things that are in the window there that have been painted in. And it looks like maybe they're showing up slightly too yellow here, so we might even want to go in and adjust those. So let's start at the beginning on this, and I'm going to go ahead and turn off everything except for my background layer. So the first thing that you're going to notice here is that, as we mentioned with our standard convention yesterday, we're putting our background, our sky, and our background actually at the bottom of the image. And, that's a choice that you can make. I choose to do that just because I find it a bit more effective. So you can see that I started with a specific sky back here. It's very often you might grab a couple of different skies and test them out and see what you want to have inside of this image. So you can see that I've got a pretty different sky here to start at first. You'll also notice that it's got a little bit of this a swale to this, and the reason that it does is sometimes in your sky adjustments, and I'm just hitting Control-T to go to free transform, and I'm right-clicking and I'm going to warp. Your warp tool in terms of your sky can sometimes be your friend. Now, of course, we wouldn't want to warp the horizon line because we want to keep that straight. But if I had made a selection here, I'm just going to drag this out slightly. And then I hit Control-T and I go to warp. If we wanted to put a little bit of change in the gradient or dip that down to the horizon or maybe move some clouds around, as long as you do this in a sort of a subtle way and you're not doing major adjustments, you can get away with some nice warping of your background to give you some variation and move those pixels. In this case, I actually didn't use this sky, so I'm going to go ahead and delete it because it's taking up some information here. So here's our sky that we dropped in the background. Now, one of the things that you want to be cautious of as you're compositing these skies in, remember that our image size is 6,600 pixels wide by 2550 tall. Well, the sky is only taking up, maybe if I turn on my rulers with Control-R and I change my preferences here, I'm going to change my rulers to pixels. And you can see that if I drag a guide down, I've only really used maybe 700 pixels here in the height of what my sky is taking up. So that's not going to be the limiting dimension of my source file. The width of 6,600 is going to be the challenging source to find. And you'll notice that as we even zoom in here, it still looks pretty good. This sky source that I'm using is very high resolution, and I may have even taken a little bit of license and put a slight bit of blur on it. But if I open up a different sky source, I'm going to go to some of our entourage here, and it'll take a second to open up. These files here happen to be from the Epictor collection available from the CG Architect shop. And even if I just put my cursor over this sky, it's going to pull up the image dimensions of this. the image dimensions are reading at 5600 pixels by 3378. Well, that's great. That's really nice resolution. And that's what I want to, that's what I'm telling you about right now, is that if you just go out and you take some, standard 1024 wide shot or 2048 wide shot, and you try to stretch that into the background of your sky, it's not going to work. It's not going to look very good at all. And so now with today's nice high-resolution cameras, you're definitely going to want to either shoot your own sky source or make sure that the files that you're using as your entourage are high enough resolution. Okay, so we talked a lot yesterday about curves and how we use them, and you'll notice that in this curves what I've done is I've gone into my various red, green, and blue channels and I've adjusted their highlights. So I've just moved the white point in each one of the channels, the red over the most, the green over a little bit, and then the blue over less. And the reason that I've done that is as we click back to our layers here and we turn this on, it's subtle, but I was giving this an overall bit of brightness at the horizon and as well as a bit more red. And then we talked yesterday too about saturation values, and we're pretty familiar with what we can do here with saturation. In this case, I just put a master saturation on this overall image because it was a bit desaturated as a source. And I'm just hitting my down arrow key to cycle through, and you see that the only thing that I put in here is a master saturation. You'll also notice that I put that transfer mode on color. The reason I did that is because I did not want it to adjust. You'll see if I turn it to normal, it's actually affecting my luminance of that sky. So saturation here is only affecting the hue and saturation. Next thing we have here is just a basic tree line, and the tree line is nothing more than some standard imagery that is in the back. And you'll notice in the rendering once I turn it on that oh, it looks like we've got a little bad erasing job here, so we got to make sure that this isn't showing up in our image. And if it is, what we'll do is we'll grab some source from a different location and we'll get that moved in. So we'll definitely take a look at what's happening there. Now this particular source, I didn't. Looks like I've doubled up some of the layers here just to give it a little bit more of a full impact. So these two layers are duplicates of each other because it's filling in the additional pixels around the edge just to make that seem like it's a little fuller. I can tell you that in this particular case, my source was probably, if I just put a curves on it, was probably looking a bit more like this when it started, where there was more light and contrast and all of that to the particular file. And what I had done is I dropped a lot of that contrast out of it and almost gave it a bit of a silhouette look. And although I didn't do that as an adjustment layer, it was a pretty simple curves move. Now, yesterday we brought in a whole bunch of matte objects, and we started to look at how we can use those mattes. Well, in this rendering, there's a lot of adjustments that I've made to the materials, and what I did is I'll just show you those mattes. So exactly what we did yesterday inside of V-Ray, we applied an RGB self-illuminated value. You can see that I've got pixel perfect selections of various different flowers and trees. I've got mullions here. Some of my roof elements. You can see that we've got some furniture and some other pieces. Now, it actually looks to me like I may have, in this particular case, the matte of this object here looks like it's not set to emit on both sides. Remember, that was one thing that we said we should look for when we're rendering, especially if there's geometry that might have flip normals. So you see that this is actually kind of skipping some of these leaves. Now, it's possible that I had rendered out another matte and that was a different material, but it doesn't look like it. So I would say in this case, I rendered out about 8 of these different miscellaneous mattes. I may have a few additional mattes here inside of my channels that I've created for reflection. And let's actually talk about this really quickly. I've rendered out what I call a sky reflection matte for this image, and what I've done in order to make that happen is similar to what we did when we set our mattes up in V-Ray. Well, in this case, I made the object 100% reflective on that glass, and then I made my environment that it was going to see in its reflection 100% self-illuminated white. So when I render it from the camera, this 100% reflective material will pick up the self-illuminated white, and it'll show me exactly where it's reflecting the sky. Now, one thing to keep in mind if you're going to do that trick is we went into our global switches inside of V-Ray, and we had turned off a lot of the effect lights and shadows and maps and those types of things. You just want to make sure that your refractions are turned on when you render out that matte. Otherwise, it's not going to show up. And you can see we've just got a couple of other little pieces here and a roof element, and then we've got an overall alpha that is the separation between our rendering and the background sky. So in this case, I'd actually saved my mattes inside of my image, and I put those in a folder at the very top, but these are off. Now, you can do like we did yesterday, where you put all of your mattes inside of your alpha channels, and you have a whole list of individual alpha channels there. You can actually keep these just in separate files and load them as you need them. The reason that I do this and I leave it at the top is that if I keep this matte layer on normal at 100% all the way at the top, when I go to my channels and I go to select my red, green, or blue, those channels will be directly at my disposal when I need them. So if I need to make a selection, say, of these shrubs, I just can hit Control, Select, and then I can turn this back off. I should make sure my RGB is on. And that gives me direct access. If my matte channel was, say, below all the way at the bottom, I would have to turn off the layers above in order to get direct access to those color channels. So that's why the matte objects are up here. Now, once you're done with these, they are taking up a little bit of space inside of your file. You could save this as a separate file. You could save a matte layer, and that's a different PSD, so that when you're working on this main PSD, it's not having to load all of these images. For the purposes of what we're doing today, I'm actually just going to get rid of those mattes just to speed up our file a little bit. So let's just look at these. This is kind of a bit of a mess, and sometimes that happens when you're in production. You've got a file that you have a main rendering of. So here's turn this off. Here's sort of this main rendering that's going on, the original one. Then it came back, and there's a bit of a fix to it. which is in these areas there were some geometry changes that had gotten rendered separately. And then, of course, there was a bit of a building change here and a bit of a building change there, another building change here, and then this little tiny roof piece that you can see. Well, once all said and done here, and you've got a rendering pass that is all fixed up and ready to go, what I would actually suggest is you could certainly keep this live in your Photoshop file, but and maybe your version back has access to this in case someone changes their mind and decides to return the building to the way it was. But if I just hit Control E on my keyboard, or if I right click and I do merge layers, I can flatten all of that. So Control E automatically takes those layers that I had selected and it flattens them down into a single image. And I'll go ahead and I'll call this rendering. And for the sake of organization in my file here, I'm going to go ahead and put that into its folder as well, so it can live on its own. So here's where we are so far, and you kind of have to use your imagination a little bit when you're rendering out your files, because you're probably noticing that this doesn't look all that exciting as a base render. It's got some nice elements to it, but it certainly needs a little love in order for it to come together. One of the things I'll just point out is that my rendering main pass here is being controlled by an overall mask on that group, and that's using just my alpha channel of my scene, so it's cutting out all of this stuff. So let's take a look at what we've done to the materials in here. I'm going to turn on this stone adjustment, and we can toggle that on and off to see what's happened. Well, the first thing you're going to notice is that the brightness of this center area here, we want to draw the eye to this. We're doing it already by virtue of the composition and that being sort of centered in the scene, but we want to brighten it up. And let's just take a look at what these alpha channels are. So this is a mask that is a selection of all of this different stone, and this is a mask of this various stone here. And these adjustment layers, if I double click on this, probably not surprised to find that it's a curves adjustment. And I did a little bit in the master curves. The reason that I did that is it is somewhat of a neutral. It was somewhat of a neutral color in most of the channels that I needed. But I've also taken my blue channel and I've lifted it up to apply a little bit of yellow to it. So you can see that the more I lift that up, the more we'll tweak that. And actually, you could see that change right there. Now we've got a couple other things to look at here. We've got our pool, and we really wanted the pool to have some real pop and some life to it. And if we look at what that mask is, that's just giving us a mask of the pool and the hot tub. You see, one of the nice things about rendering out these mats is that it cuts around some of these areas that become a bit of a pain. You know, chopping out this umbrella and these small pieces, it's probably not so hard. But then when you get in front of these areas of flowers, and then also to try to make this perfectly uniform kind of curved shape, that would probably be a job for the pen tool. That will be a great use of using the pen tool for your mask, because you can control the Bezier curves after the fact. But let's look at what we did here. Now, we made some serious adjustments on this one, and that's really noticeable when it comes to the final output. The biggest one here is this adjustment of my highlights and dragging my highlights over and giving that extra oomph. but I've also dropped my reds down so that I pick up that cyan. So that was another thing that we wanted to do. We wanted to have complete control over how how cyan that pool would look. Green, left that alone because we didn't need to introduce any purple, or if once we started to introduce a little green here, it started to clash with our color palette and didn't look very normal. And then of course the blue, we went the opposite way. So to take a little bit of yellow out of the pool, we can take a little bit of highlight. And mostly I'm curious about the highlights here. You can see that if I start to bring up my my dark values, we put a lot of blue into the shadows there, and it overall becomes quite a bit too saturated, and so there's our pool adjustment. The hot tub mask here is just a set of bubbles. If I turn this on to normal and I zoom in, all this really was I found some good source of what a hot tub bubbles might be, and I pushed that into place. I probably could get in here if I really wanted to paint some ripples that are happening around the sort of handrails there. And what I did in this case is I was looking for a transfer mode that would work. And we talked quite a bit about our transfer modes yesterday. Normal wasn't going to cut it because I wanted to keep the coloration that I'd already worked so hard at in my curves below in the pool. That was already starting to look like the color I wanted. It just was the wrong kind of final look. And as I start to cycle through these, you'll see that the one that I wound up on, which is right here at hard light, did the best job of keeping my brights and then darkening the darks a little bit. So just using that transfer mode gave me all the impact that I needed on it. Coincidentally, in this case, in our curves, you'll notice that my pool curves are on normal, and we talked quite a bit about separating those into color and to luminosity. And you can see that the two changes that I made, one was in luminosity and one was in color, and normal mode shows both of those at once. So in this one curves, I was able to adjust the entire look. Next thing we have is we've got a little brick tweak here, and let me get that to 100%. I believe this brick even has a little bit of displacement, which may have been on only because of the high resolution of the image. It's probably a little bit of overkill in this case. But if I turn on and off this brick layer, you could see that the brick was starting to get hit a little too saturated with the light that was on it. And all I'm doing is taking this mask, and in one case we drop the red values down in the highlights, so you can see what that's actually doing there. It's popping the brick, and it's bringing it more into our palette. Left the green, and then gave it a little bit of blue in this case in the midtones, and then just tweaked overall a couple of final issues with it. So gave a little bit of red, and I think in the RGB dropped some of the values slightly. But what you're going to notice is, well, I have two curves on this, and they're both adjusting the same values, and they're both set at normal. Actually, this one here is got an opacity of 70%. And sometimes it just makes sense as you're working through your scene. You put a curves on it, and then you go back in, and it wasn't quite doing what you wanted to do. Well, you can either tweak that original curve, or you can put an additional curve on top of it to sort of push it into place. Sometimes it's a little easier. In this case, it was just to go back in and make an adjustment over the top of it. It could also be from a client request. Let's say that this was, maybe my original brick that I wanted to have in it, and then the client said, "Can you change that brick?" Well, in case I want to be able to go back, if I keep that on a separate curve, I can always turn it off and have my own version of it. Okay, so the roof is going to get a little bit more complicated here, and that's actually, that'll be interesting to talk about. So there's a slate type of roof in this image. The very first part of it, it's a very specific color. I'm just cooling it off a bit with my hue saturation, so you can see that my saturation here is sort of dropping that down. Again, it's masked here. Then there's a curves adjustment to the roof, and you can see that we've got something a little bit more wild than what we've seen before. Well, the first thing that we're noticing is that we've got our S-curve, right? We were talking about the S-curve is a way to introduce additional contrast in select areas. So the steeper the curve, the more the contrast. And you'll notice that where the steepest curve is actually where I have very few values here. So that's actually probably not affecting it terribly much, but what I wanted to get was a little bit steeper curve inside of this middle area. And then, of course, the red, we're bringing down some of the reds, and you can look at your histogram here, and again, there is this toggle to smooth out your histogram and start to see it. I really highly recommend as you begin to evaluate your histograms to remember to hit that uncache button so that you can get a little bit better idea of what's happening. You can see that I've got a lot of red values in this one zone, and that was one of the reasons that I picked this zone to drop down. I wanted to make sure that I was affecting the red. Same with here. There's a lot of green values here that I was choosing to manipulate. And then our blue, we lifted up. And you can see what that one's doing. That's actually affecting this roof that's in the middle and fitting it into our palette. I'm going to call this roof middle. The key ingredient there is that I want these two rooftops to look similar. And as I adjusted this one on the right, you'll notice this one in the middle, it doesn't quite jive with it. This has more of the green color that we wanted, that was part of the material, and then we introduced it back in here. Now, here's just a fast and dirty trick that I used. I used a copy of the image, and I'm just going to take a version of this and throw it at the top so that we can see what this was. So you can see that I used a roof mat here to put that on, and all this was a snapshot of my image. It was actually a quick flattened copy that I made. And I try to not do this as I'm working in an image. I try to do things as non-destructive as possible. But occasionally for a quick fix, it helps. So in this case, what I had done is I'd made a quick copy of the image, and I screened the roof on itself. And I could have done probably the same idea with the curves. I had just done a quick trick here, and all this is doing is giving me a screen at a low percentage, and that means it's taking the brighter, any pixels that are on top of it are making it brighter unless they're black. Black has no effect on it. And the brighter the pixels are that are on top of it, the brighter the result will be. Did a little bit of the same over here on the left-hand side, just bringing a little more sunlight to those roofs. Going to rename these. I can't stress enough. I know it seems like a tedious thing to go through here and name all of your layers. Of course, I definitely have a sort of convention that I use, but it really helps, you know, especially, for instance, let's say I haven't opened up this file in a few months, and you know, we open it up and I know exactly where everything is, and you know, there was a logical progression to it. You could see that there were a few things that were made in haste, probably you know, as client changes came across the wire. But now we've got this little roof here, our copper roof, and that's just getting an additional bit of hard light on top of it. There's our mat. And then remember we talked yesterday about all of our different adjustment layers. Well, I used a gradient map in this case, and the gradient map is you know, we looked at a couple of different variations of it. In this case, it's very simple, but it's also a good idea to take a look at. If I look at my color here, I had done something that was slightly blue and a little bit lighter than gray. And then my warm color here was slightly warm with quite a bit more than gray. And this gets put on, in this case, as a soft light. So the lighter the element is, it's going to have a slight screen to it. The darker it is, it'll have a slight multiply on it. If I put that on overlay, you could see that we can pronounce the effect. And part of what I'm accomplishing by that gradient map is I'm giving this little bit of sunlight hit. Instead of making that white or making it you know, a different color, I'm actually giving it a bit of warmth, and I'm also keeping it from kind of getting too overexposed. So that's what this this gradient map is doing. I'm going to go ahead and save this image really quick. Hate to lose any of the changes that we've worked on. One of the things you're going to notice is in this particular instance, I'd worked in sRGB color space. The monitor calibration and the setup that I had been using up until that point was sRGB. And when I opened up this image, it actually asked me, what did I want to do? Do I want to keep it as sRGB, or did I want to convert it to my Adobe RGB space? Because I had made all of my color decisions based on sRGB up until this point, I left it as sRGB. And so that's a good thing to remember. You can certainly test it to see if you wanted to move it up to an Adobe RGB space, but the idea is if you've picked a color profile and you've made all your decisions based on it, keep it in that profile. So one of the pitfalls of working on a large file like this, a 6600 pixel wide image, is it's pretty big. It's going to take a little time to save. And of course, anytime you have any questions or you want me to go back in and review something, go ahead and post it to the chat or raise your hand if you're in Boston. Hopefully this will finish saving here in just a second. There we go. So a couple of things that we haven't discussed yet is when you're working on a file and you're making all these adjustments and you're getting all these things that are saved in your history. You see all of this that's in your history. What we're doing is we're utilizing resources here inside of Photoshop, and there is a purge command under Edit, Purge. You can purge your clipboard, your histories, and all of your information. So for instance, if you're working on a file and it seems like it's sort of moving a little bit slow, and you know, feel free to go in here and purge and get rid of some of that, as long as you know, that's not, you don't need it later. In our case, I don't think we're going to need it, so I'm going to do purge all and just make sure that that it'll keep us as speedy as we can as we're going through our demonstration. Now, if I go back to my history, you'll notice that I've lost all my history change there. Another thing, we were working on exposure yesterday inside of our EXR file down here, but you'll notice now we get a message that says exposure works in 32-bit only. So we have actually quite a few things that we can choose from. One is our document size, and you can see that our document size itself is about 100 megs, but the actual amount of space that it's taking up right now that loaded into memory is about 2 gigs. So a pretty hefty file that we're working on. Your document profile, you can actually turn this on and see what you're working in, so that'll remind you that you're in sRGB. Your document dimensions are going to tell you that what we looked at for our image size, what the resolution of this is going to be, what our measurement is, what our scratch sizes are. And efficiency actually is something that that I haven't used that often, but I guess that gives a readout of how well it's working on your file, and then this will list your current tool. So just know that these are all over here on this side. I'm going to leave efficiency up, and we'll see what happens. Okay, so we went through our roof corrections, and we tweaked all those so that they'd live in a better color family. Now we've got another correction where we've made some changes to our umbrellas, as well as this tent over here. Let me get up to 50%. And this first one, you'll notice, kind of cools off a little bit, partially because the white was picking up so much red from that sunlight that it wasn't looking clean and white anymore. It was looking a little dingy. So this is just a desaturation and a slight hue shift over to the blue, over to our cyans, as well as I took a little bit of lightness. You see, if I crank up my lightness, it also starts to desaturate, and but it also takes out some contrast in your pixels. By virtue of the umbrellas kind of having a little bit of a slight bit of translucency to them, it was okay to maybe take a little bit of that contrast out. Next thing is we're back to our gradient map on this adjustment, and you can see what that gradient map has done. That gradient map has also started to put some coloration into effect. And this gradient map I had put on soft light just to screen it a little bit in the brights and darken it a little bit where it was dark. So let's just look at what our gradient map is. Similar to the one that we looked at before, except this one is slightly darker, and the dark values were below 128, so we're going to get a bit of darkening, and slightly less blue. It's got very little saturation, only about 5% of saturation. And then our color here is also not very saturated, but in about the 10%, and then you can see that it's got about a 90% luminance value. So those are our tweaks to our umbrellas. Much cleaner look to it. Then, of course, when you make this change to the umbrellas, you'll notice that the chairs start to look like they've got too much red in them in comparison. They weren't like they weren't made of the same materials. So what I had done is I'd literally taken a similar version to that gradient. You can see that this one's got a bit more saturation in it, 24% saturation, and a bit darker, down to 34% instead of 40, but in about the same range. And then here we've got a brighter value, almost 100% brightness. And I've also moved this in from the edge so that it would take any value that was above 95% and apply it. And this is still on soft light to keep the effect subtle. But notice what's happening back here too. If let me zoom out just one click, look at these chairs and these tables. You'll see that not only is it adjusting my color and giving me some brightness here, but it's also giving me additional contrast so that I'm actually getting a bit more contrast in those areas, and that's by virtue of making that gradient have that little bit of darkness to it. Okay, the grass, and grass is always a challenge because it's very specific in terms of what you need to achieve from a coloration standpoint. So let's go all the way back down to no change. Now the first thing is down here on the bottom in the area where this swells up. I just wasn't happy with the final texturing of that grass. It was looking just a tiny bit too repetitive. So I dropped in a little patch of grass from a photograph and sort of did that a little softly on this to kind of break up where the eye was seeing it. I just use curves like we did yesterday, where if I go to eye and I select my eyedropper here and I select my eyedropper there, you'll see that, and one of the things that we didn't talk about our eyedropper is the sample size. We, by default, Photoshop, I believe, keeps it at a point sample. It might go to 3x3, but you want to be cautious about using point sample. We should be using 3x3 or 5x5 for the amount of sampling that we do. And that's because, oops, let me select this again. When if we zoom all the way in here and we look at this from a pixel standpoint, if I sample this pixel, it's only going to give me that pixel. It's not going to give me what the general coloration is. So if I do a 5x5 average, it will at least show me a series of pixels around each other and give me the average value. Go to actual pixels here and zoom back in. So I'm going to go back to eye and my eyedropper, hold down Shift, put in my color selection, and hold down Shift and add another one. And here you're going to notice that just by tweaking the colors of this curves, we got our values in about the same range, 83, 83, 29, 81, 80, 28. One of the things you're going to notice in this particular instance is that a lot of your natural green tones are going to fall into the area, and this is going to make sense when I explain it. Our green value is not necessarily the highest color inside of your greens. The green channel, as you might think just in your mind, well, green should be highest in the green channel. Well, what actually is happening is your greens should first and foremost, in most cases, be lowest in the blue channel. so that they get that yellow, that bit of yellow to it. And then typically the red and green channels are very similar to each other. They're almost identical in this particular case. Now, if I sample a different green that's over here on one of my lily pads, you'll see that this has a slight bit of kind of bluish green to it. It's a different tone than what this green is here. And that's kind of, a product of what the lily pad should look like. In this case, the blue channel is still the lowest. That's what we would expect. The red and green channels are not quite equal, and the green is winning out slightly on it, but they're pretty close to each other. They're within they're within 20 points of one another. So as you're kind of doing some color adjustments in your mind and you want your greens to look more natural, if the values are out of whack, you can kind of look at it, measure it, and get back to where you belong. So the next thing was taking a look at what this grass mat is doing. Put a little curves on this thing to bump up the highlights. Also sort of brought down the reds, brought down the greens and the highlights slightly, and then brought actually down the blues in the highlights, but picked it up in the shadow just a touch, and then brought the highlights up all together. So that takes the grass and gives it a bit more punch to it. What's happening here, and this was a layer that's set on hard light. This is just going in and painting some areas to produce some highlights and shadows. So this is really nothing more than going through with a brush and painting where I wanted those to be. Switch over to our golf grass here. So I've got an overall sort of golf grass look here that I wanted to bring up its values. I just had done that in the master curve. But then I took the putting green, and if I measure my color before, and we look at what it looks like, you'll see that I had dropped the blue channel down, and I made these values. These values actually kept their relationship. They just became a little darker. That brought in a little bit more warmth to it. Now the putting green has a slightly different tone so that it'll stick out. And then overall, I used a slight bit of color overlay with a warm tone and an opacity of 75% that gave this all a hit of orange, and that was really just to kind of give it a little bit more interest in that light. And there it is. So there's the final set of grass tweaks. So where we started was there, where we ended up was here. And you can see that there's a lot more definition and some more interesting colors in what's happening. Next area was the pond, and so the pond, if I zoom in and we take a look at what's going on here, what I had done is the pond needed to get just a little bit of sky color on it. So I took my sky reflection and I took a little bit of my sky and I flipped it over. Now, I wouldn't actually be seeing a whole lot of sky reflection in this because it's reflecting the buildings and so on. But I took a little artistic license to give it some of that coloration, and that's just a color dodge layer here with, give it some visual interest. Otherwise, it looked, and the pond might actually, in reality, when you take a photograph of it, look sort of dead and dark like that. It might be more accurate. But, for the purposes of the image, I wanted to get in here and kind of pull out some of these highlights and values in it. And this highlights is a linear dodge layer. Now when you're in a linear dodge layer, I'm going to go ahead and hit Control U to pull up saturation. One nice trick in linear dodge is the more you want to look at the linear dodge, the whiter it is and the darker it is. And in this case, if I was just painting in a little bit of white, and you can actually just see where I put some brush strokes in there. That's just really, really simple kind of, taking a Wacom tablet and, painting in some brush strokes. I can dial in that intensity just by going into my slider here of lightness. All right, and then we have the lilies, and the lilies have some flowers, and those flowers, lilies that are in bloom have tiny little speck on there. Again, probably wouldn't have worried about this so much except for the fact that it was such a high-res image that those, little specks of white against the green look nice. And then the lily pads have a curve adjustment on it where took away some of the red. The green I left alone. The blue I dropped down so that I put a little bit of yellow in it, gave it a tiny bit of saturation. And the RGB just brought in a little adjustment to the overall contrast. So you see that as I'm swinging this over, I'm getting a little darkness in the shadows and a little brightness in the highlights. And again, you can see where that's running through our histogram. These flowers and plants were a bit of a challenge. Because the reason they were such a challenge is in part had to work with a bunch of different masks. And remember what we talked about yesterday, where if you spend a little bit more time with your scene before you render it, looking at your texture maps and your color palette, and you kind of put it into a space where you're going to have harmonious colors, you save yourself a little bit of time on the post side of things of trying to take. Now, if you were doing this all from photographs, sometimes you don't have a choice. The difference in white balances of photographs, you've got to go ahead and adjust through them. But in your texture maps, you do have a choice if you're going to render it. And in this case, what I had noticed was my grass color here was very sort of, I guess it's hard to tell the difference here, but it needed a little bit more of this kind of yellowy red tone from the scene. That's just a curve that's applied to it. A secondary curve because I wasn't quite happy with it later on where I came back in. I wanted to test to see what would happen if I gave it a little darkness. Then there's the shrubs here. And the shrubs, all I had done is I'd saturated the yellows and pushed the color spectrum over a little bit. Let's see where that's actually being affected. There we go. So very subtle. That's actually just right in here. You can see that. Kind of tweaked it a bit. Took these and gave it a bit more contrast. This is a great use of the gradient map. You see that our colorations were similar to what we've been using in our color palette, but now these are a bit darker. This color gradient here is pretty dark. It's only 13% in its brightness, and this one is pretty dark for a highlight. It's close to 58%. And so when I put that on soft light, I'm not picking up a lot of brightness. I'm picking up mostly multiply in the darkness, and then pulled out a bit of these colors. And this is actually a way to use gradient map as a cheat. In this case, I wanted these shrubs to get this sort of green to yellow hue on it, and by putting that on a hard light, it really pushed those colors to that direction. So here's what that gradient map looks like on those pieces. Brought back some life and kept it all in there. The hydrangeas were particularly gross looking, I thought, the way they rendered out. They lacked a lot of spark to them. So the hydrangeas got that same gradient map, and in this case I put it on hard light to really affect it. Now, one of the things that we're going to see is I sort of blew it when it came to what this alpha channel is. You can see that we're getting some issues here on the edge of our alpha. So what we could do actually for this particular mask is we can go into our refine and look at the mask edge. And I'm going to put this on the layers so that we can see it, and I'm going to shift the edge and maybe give it a bit more contrast and see if I can't pull that back some. Yeah, my radius is not quite going to help me. And in this case, because it's affecting everywhere, it's this edge is kind of encroaching too much. It's probably just easiest for me to go into this layer with a paintbrush. We were on the color replace tool. We want to switch over to the brush tool, and with a small brush, I'll just get in here and kind of tweak this and paint it off of there. A couple of things that we haven't talked yet about the brush tool, and it's probably worth going over in a couple of seconds here, is I do highly recommend getting a Wacom tablet or some kind of tablet that you can use that's a pressure-sensitive way to paint. For the longest time, I'd resisted the call to get a tablet. And there are just simply things in Photoshop that you can't do without it, working with a mouse. Might take a little bit of time to get used to it, but it's absolutely it's absolutely changed my workflow quite a bit, and might get an opportunity to do a little painting later. Okay, so next thing was a slight bit of sunlight on our planters here. Just dropped in a little additional sun. In this case, I used that matte. I think I just actually painted a little bit of warm tone on it. I think I just gone into soft light. And just hit a couple of little areas here that that gave it a few subtle lifts in the highlight. Planters themselves got a slight tweak. The trees were really important. You could see that these trees go into the right layer here. Trees, I used a gradient map on it, and I was just able to pull out some more of the highlights and push the highlights and darkness from each other, use the soft light. If I were to put it on overlay, you could see that it starts to push it just a little bit too much, though overlay wasn't too bad. Let's look at, I don't know that this gradient's doing much. I picked up a little red saturation. So if you look at this, here's before, here's after. A lot more vibrance, a lot more contrast, some more interesting look to our shrubs. Couple of tree hits One, I used a I just used a solid color in this case, and I put it on overlay, and I just wanted to take all of the tones of my trees and unify them a little bit because they had rendered out. Actually, you could see a couple of culprits back here. We've got, and of course, different types of trees have a slightly different. They can have a different color temperature to them, but sometimes it looks a little strange in your image if you've got a really blue-green next to a really yellow-green. And so I was just taking this and giving it some brightness as well as adjusting the overall color tone. And then you'll notice that these trees here that were getting a little bit too much blue in them, I went ahead and put a gradient map over it. And it lifted up the details too. You can see that we actually started to get, they're not just black in all those spots. So here's what the trees were before, here's after. And we're almost entirely done with our look at what we tweaked in the materials. The last piece of the materials on this was the paving here. I'll jump into 50%. So what this looked like before was just like that, and I decided that to give this a little bit of extra life in the image, I wanted to bring in a bit more reflection. So I took my raw reflection pass that I had rendered out, and we looked at a lot of how you could take those and composite them together. Well, I took that raw reflection pass, and then what I did is just like we would take a raw reflection and multiply it by a reflection filter, I put it through the same way. I put my raw reflection on add. I multiplied that by a color, a black and white color. In this case, it was 22%. And with that effect, I get my final reflection addition, and you can see that it does a really nice job. And it's very similar to what would happen if I would have rendered it. So here's with the raw reflection without being multiplied down. If I tweak this color, the higher that I make this multiplier, right, I'm only tweaking one grayscale value to adjust my reflection. As I do that, you can see that I'm picking up the brightness and the shine in a few more spots. So if I brought that all the way up to 98 here, I can intensify the effect. So I'll push this back down to about where I had it. And then the last thing I did for this piece was I just used a dark to light gradient map that had a little bit of warmth in it. You can see our hue is down here at 31. Saturation is a little less than 10%. Same kind of about the same saturation, but a much brighter look. And then with this, you're noticing probably that I'm using my gradient map often on soft light, and so I'm bringing in a little additional contrast to those spots with a slight bit of color. Okay, so it's probably a good time to go ahead and take a quick break. I'm going to save our image here. And let's come back at 9:30, and we'll work our way through the rest of the setup on this Photoshop file. Okay, so we're getting ready to come back. I'm just doing a quick sound check to make sure that audio is still going. Looks like we're okay. So right as we stopped for break, we had finished going through our rendering, our main rendering pass, and tweaking all of the different colors and values of our different materials. We did that using a bunch of mats and selections that we had generated. You can see that it's quite a bit of a difference here between where we were. There's before and there's after. But we still have a little ways to go in terms of finishing this image, and one of the main areas is that we need to get the life inside of the windows to turn on, as well as we've got some people and some golfers to add to the scene. So let's keep going. The first place that we're going to start here is the interior, and this interior is just the refraction, and it's not really that apparent. Let's see if it's helps if you take a quick look at where it's masked off to. So that's pretty subtle change. The more important changes right here, and this is our interior. So let's start by looking at the right-hand side here. Our interior is right. So we've got this building here that we want to make sure that it looks like somebody's at home. Well, all I had done was I quickly took some curtain source that I had. I'm going to drop it up to the top here so you can see what that looks like. So I just really literally grabbed some curtains, moved them around, painted them, took some source. I was a little sloppy about the edges because I knew it was going to get cut off in the various different locations that it was at. So I wanted to give it a bit of a unified look. So I took the curtains, dropped those in, took my glass mat, and used the glass mat. Now, technically, and this is something we discussed yesterday, the glass mat is not actually what we want. I used it in a pinch in this particular instance, but what really should happen is it should cut out from the mullions. The mullions should be, and the mullions in the window frame should also be knocking that out. So my curtain color, I just applied a little bit of multiply to darken what those were going to look like. So you can see I multiplied down a color. The reason I did it this way is so that I could go ahead and adjust it after the fact. One thing that I could do, because I'm not actually masking this, I could go to my curtains. Let's just sample what this color is, 176. I could take my layer effects here, and I could do a color overlay. And I could type in the same values that I had, 176, 176. And now I can put that on multiply for that layer, and it's going to give me the same net effect that it would have before. Now, this isn't exactly the final result, right? This is not the end result that we're looking for, because what we need to do is we need to bring our glass reflection back on over the curtains. But I tend to try to do these things in one step at a time so that wherever something needs to be changed, it's not painted out. Now, I did notice something that bugs me a little bit over here. I've got a slight bit of some curtains over in this area that are not looking so good, and a couple of little pieces here. So I'm just taking my paintbrush and getting rid of them. Okay. Now, if for instance we wanted to begin to adjust the color of these, our color overlay even right now is gray, and that's multiplying it by gray. But you can see that if I start to add a little hue to my multiplication, I can change the color of these curtains. So if I wanted them to look a little bit bluer or so on, I could go ahead in and I could change my layer color of my multiply. Now that would actually be a good idea, and we might even go ahead and fix this. You'll notice that something that should happen, and if you want to be really detailed about it, we should be getting some light here on these curtains, some light right there, maybe some light right here on this one where the sunlight is hitting and affecting these, and then these should be set back as if they're in shadow. So we might want to come back in and actually put some of these different pieces, these different elements in light and shadow before we're all said and done. So jump over to the left-hand side. And same idea. We've got some curtains that are over here on the left, and they're getting masked out by this glass just on normal. Come over to the clubhouse, and you could see that I've actually spent a little bit more time on what I'm doing at the clubhouse curtains. Here's the original layer. Here they are getting a bit multiplied. And then here they are getting some of this shadow applied to their background. And all I did there is I took a mask of my window frames. I made a multiply color that's a little bit of this blue color that matched my shadow tone. And I shifted it down so that you could see that there's a little bit of depth to those shadows getting on there. And I was trying to do this really quick. If I wanted to get in there and do a better job, we'd spend a little more time painting that. So here's just bringing those curtains on. And the key to all of this is that the glass reflection is actually going to be the most prominent part of what we're going to see. So that's one of the reasons that I didn't spend too much time. You could see that what we were talking about here, yes, that would have some sort of net effect if we had a little bit of sunlight on those curtains. But by the time the glass reflection gets on there, it's less noticeable. So let's look at what we did for the reflection. So first things first, I put on linear dodge a little bit of paint in the reflection, and it was just a few areas that I didn't like what they were looking like. So I just tweaked it and then multiplied it back down by a value. Remember, we were using this combination just like we would for our normal compositing, where we're actually adding a reflection and using a color to multiply it to determine the amount. If I just put this on and I adjust a fill amount or an opacity amount, it doesn't net the same effect. Plus, I'm using a bit of a color in my multiply to adjust what that tone should be. So that's why I'm doing it in 2 steps. Slide over here and just see. So you can see where that's affecting this glass. So there it is without it being dimmed down at all. And there it is being dimmed down, multiplied by that amount. The more that I decrease this amount, the less effect that reflection layer will have. So very easy to change, very easy to go in and adjust what the nuances are. You could see that it wasn't very bright. That glass kind of felt a little dead, so it was nice to just give it a bit more of a reflection here. Now come over to the right, zoom out to 50%, and we'll look at our right-hand side reflections. Well, in this case, looks like I did just put it on normal, a copy of what these are, and I adjusted the opacity value of it. If we wanted to follow our standard convention, we would actually put this on linear dodge. And then let's try the color overlay version of this. If I do a layer effect, and I do a color overlay, and I put this on a value here, and I put this on multiply, we can now adjust what that amount is and how saturated it is just by tweaking what this value is. So that's essentially the same as what we were doing down here, separated into two layers, one with multiply, one with add. In this case, I think this should have the same net effect. We should look at, there's a blend interior effects as a group, and I'm curious to see which one is the correct version of this, because that will affect how that gets applied to it. So let's do a quick test, and I'll turn off my color overlay. Actually, I'm going to grab it so that I can get my color. 152, 155, 160. Okay, turn that off. Put in a solid color here. I think I missed what that color was. 155. Okay, I can right click, I can put this on multiply, clip it to that mask, and I'm going to go ahead and duplicate this. And grab a little tiny chunk of it and drag it back into our scene so that we can see what it looks like. And then I'll turn this on, and I'll turn on our color overlay. There we go. So by the process of what we have, this multiply on it, and with blend interior effects as a group with that checkbox on, it will net the same effect. So that's what we wanted to look at, because if I turn off, if I turn off that effect, it's giving me a slightly different result from what we want. So one of the things that we want to make sure is that if we're going to use this effect for the color overlay to multiply out our color inside of our comp, you want to double check that your blending options up here are using blend interior effects as a group. Okay, so I actually like this reflection better than what it was before. It looks a little bit more lively, a little more interesting, and it actually fits into the scene better. And if we ever needed to dim this down, all we need to do is adjust the amount of this multiply and darken that color. So that'll take our reflection and start to dim it down. All right, next section is the middle reflections here, and as you could probably imagine, we did something. I did something pretty similar to that. In this case, what I had done though is I'd taken a copy of my sky, and this is where I use that matte, that channel that we said was our sky reflection. And the reason I did that is because of the fact that there were so many trees and things that were getting rendered out. I wanted to make sure that my sky was actually replacing where my sky was only, not where the rest of this reflection was, because that's reflecting this environment by virtue of our camera angle. And then all I had done was I'd taken a bit of a multiply here with a color to tint that back. And the reflection left. Again, not sure why this is on screen. Let's fix it. Let's go back to linear dodge. Let's go to our layer effects and put on a color overlay. Let's push this to multiply. And then let's take our color, we'll drop it to gray. And the further we dip this down, the less our reflection will be. Occasionally I just put like a tiny bit of blue in it to tint it. I don't want to tint it too far. That makes it look like it was really blue glass. If it was green glass, we could do the same, the opposite. Actually, green glass would be more like this cyan. You could start to mess with the coloration of what your glass would be. I'm going to keep it very subtle, if at all. And so now we've increased those reflections over there. It's important, too, that the color tones, the color values and hues of your reflections, while this isn't reflecting necessarily this same part of the sky, you want that to feel like it's in the same family, so that these colors begin to look similar. If there's nothing that it would look very strange if the reflections of these glass didn't match what the coloration of our sky would be. Okay, so that's our glass in a nutshell, turning that on and off. And one of the things that I didn't like that much is I felt like the curtains inside of this space were, well, they're starting to get like a little bit of a green tint. Part of that is because there's this reflection over it of some green elements. But let's go back over to this interiors, and we'll go into the clubhouses. And here's my curtain. And of course, we had done this curtain color before as a multiply. I'm going to get rid of it, and I'll use our technique of putting on a layer effect, do a color overlay. Going to put this on to multiply, and now we can adjust our colors. I actually just sampled a color from the scene here of an area that I thought maybe I'd like to match. Part of the issue is the original color. So we're putting on this multiply on here, but part of it is also this original color that that's on it. So let's go ahead and put a curves. I'm going to alt-click in between to create a clipping mask to it. I'm going to put this on color so that we're only adjusting the hue and saturation. And if we wanted to get rid of yellow, we would add some blue to it. If we wanted to get rid of green, we could try to push it towards the magenta, or we could try to pull some of the green down. That's actually what it needs. It needs to take a little bit of this green out of it. So that's already better. It's subtle, but it's better. And we could probably stand to up the contrast of this, the brightness and contrast. So let's use one of the techniques we were doing before, and that's with our gradient map. And in this case, my gradient at the top will want to have a bit of a light color, and the gradient at the bottom, a slight bit of a darker color. I might even put just a tiny touch of blue to it. And my warm I'll keep up here. And then I'll make sure that's on a clipping mask so it's only affecting my curtains. And in this case, I'm just going to use a soft light. And you see that the brighter that we make this color, the more it'll pick up those hits. Now, soft light is a pretty subtle effect on its own. If I wanted to increase it, I could jump into overlay there and tweak my gradient a bit. I only wanted to affect it just ever so slightly. So you can see now I'm getting a little bit more brightness to those curtains. Okay, so we've got a couple of things that we had to paint in over here. Quick fountain we pointed out before, so here's where the fountains were and where they got dropped in. One of the first things was fountain reflection. And this essentially just put a multiply on it. Here's the fountains just flipped over and turned into a reflection. Now, one of the things that we could do, go back to linear dodge. That's going to be way too bright in terms of its reflection, but jump into our layer effects, color overlay, multiply. We have to remember to turn that blend interior effects as a group on. I forgot to do that for our curtains. Before I forget, let's go ahead and make that tweak. There we go. Very subtle change in that case. Okay, we've got our fountain reflections here. We got our color overlay that we want to get into, and now we can control how much of that reflection actually happens by our color. Now, occasionally, in this case, we're just applying a color over that whole thing, but maybe you want to mask it out in certain instances. That's when you would want to maybe separate it into a multiply layer that's on its own. But for now, that'll be a good solution. And then we've got some of these fountain rings here, and this is really nothing more than I took a couple of quick little circles, or they might even have been a source image that just had a little fountain spray to it, and by the time I put that on overlay, you could see that it kind of blended right in with the image. Now, if I wanted to soften these edges, because I think you probably can see them, if I make a selection here, we could go back up to our mask panel, and we could feather this selection to soften out those edges. And we could do that non-destructively, as we learned yesterday, so that might be a better technique to get those to sit in there. Then the fountain is really just composed of a couple of spray layers here. The spray is, well, in this case, it's just a normal layer, and that's a normal layer, and all I did was move them around. Now, you could try, if you wanted them to be more apparent, you could maybe put your spray on, because this is a product of reflection refraction, it might make sense to put this on add. And we'll give it a try. Actually, before I do that, I'll keep these on normal. And I'm going to go to my history here, and I'll go ahead and create a snapshot. So now I've got this snapshot here, and we'll call it fountain. And we'll go back down to this. And let's try what happens if we do linear dodge and our technique that we've been using with the color overlay. So I keep doing that. I keep grabbing the wrong section there. I want to do my layer effects, color overlay, multiply. As you're envisioning here, this is probably something that if we do it anymore, we're going to want to script it a bit. So now we're controlling the sort of opacity or the density of that effect with the lightness of our color. The lighter we make it, the more that's going to appear. Water I would expect to be pretty light. So let's try that. And then we've got our fountain itself. Well, if I'm going to do that, the fountain should drop below it so that spray looks like it pops in front of it. And then the fountain, let's try it the same way. For the fountain, this trick might not work as well because we want it to feel a little bit more solid, but we'll give it a try. Yeah, in this case, I don't think the fountain's going to work with that effect because, as we drag it down, it's not going to look very solid to it. It doesn't quite have the oomph that it needs. So we'll delete that. Spray might be a little bit bright. Really easy for us to adjust the kind of feel of it. And let's turn on one of our other fountains here, the fountain to the right of it, and see which one we like better. Well, if we're going to do this effect where it's kind of got this little bit of lighter spray, that's kind of a decent effect. It's got a little bit more life than this. This is a little more subtle with the normal. What I would say, though, is that it looks to me like our left-hand fountain, if that's the case, then we should probably get in here and increase its give a little bit more contrast. Really just trying to pick up its overall brightness. So while that looks okay, and here's another one of those things that we have to be on the lookout for, as we're painting this fountain, that's not so bad, but it's not as nice as the other ones in terms of they sort of disappear into the image a little bit. They're a little more subdued in composition. So if we were to do this effect over here where the fountains grabbed a little bit more attention, we would just want to be making sure that that's exactly what we want to do in terms of bringing somebody's eye over. I'm going to drop this down some. So two different techniques really going about it, using the same kind of basic things that we had done up until this point. Something tells me that we should have the fountain layer below the spray so that that spray cuts in front of it. Okay. So the question here in Boston is where are these the spray source from? And I think these might have been just some source that I'd had from a photograph a while back. They may have been from a library package from Image Cells, but I don't quite remember. What I had done, though, is the source itself wasn't so great, but I figured that if I blurred this, I put a little bit of motion blur on it to give it the effect as though it was a bit of a long exposure, that it would be less noticeable. Okay, and the last piece that we have is in our fountain controls is a bit of a gradient map, and all that was doing was bringing a little bit more color and highlight to our effect. Double check. Actually, our new reflections look pretty good there. This it's keeping this brightness that was happening from a bright reflection off of one of those zones. Could be a little hot. Yeah, it could be a slight bit hot by in that area. So here's one of those zones where we might consider going into our fountain reflection, and maybe we just paint that out, only because it was dragging our eye over there a little too much. Okay, the next thing is, I can go ahead and delete that piece. Next piece of the puzzle was I just put a little bit of depth over this whole image, and we learned yesterday that one of our techniques is we took the Z-depth pass or an atmosphere pass and rendered that out just as a black and white map, and you could see what that looks like in this rendering. So as it gets back to the very end of these buildings, it starts to really disappear some. And all that I had done in terms of depth, in this case, we looked at yesterday taking a mask like this. Let me just jump in, Control A, and copy it. One of the things that we did was we did an invert, and inside of invert, we turned that to linear dodge, and then we popped in, whoops, something tells me I didn't get my mask selected correctly. Huh. Should be able to just copy that. And paste it. Now, here's one of the issues of doing that. Our original geometry that was used to render out this mask is actually the wrong geometry compared to what it was. So I didn't actually notice that before, but that mask is not quite what we want to have in there. But what we were doing before is we were using a linear dodge and a very, very low percentage fill, and we were using that to give it a little bit of depth, because we know that if we invert the colors, what it's going to do is going to push it towards white or reduce the contrast. That's one technique. Another technique you'll see here, I just put a little bit of a slight bit of blue out at the horizon and put that even just on normal so that it picked up a little blue as it went out. But we can see the artifacts here that are happening from that Z-depth effect. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to delete that whole effect, and I should probably just re-render a new Z-depth with the geometry. Now here's that little piece that we saw in our tree before. So let's fix that. Let's go down to our tree line. We have these two tree line rights. I'm just going to merge those together, and then I'm just going to see what happens if I just shift this over. All right. So I think what we're going to need to do is I'm going to take a copy of this tree line, going to bring it up to the top of my stack here in my layers so that I can see what other trees I've got. And then using my lasso selection with an L, I'm going to hold down Alt and turn it into a freeform lasso. And I'm just going to grab a little bit of this stuff here. And I'm going to hit Control J to float that to jump that to a new layer. I'm going to drop this all the way back. I'm going to slide this over to the right. In this case, I'm going to flip it horizontally. Yeah, I'll probably put it somewhere right around here. And then I'm just going to come in with a mask in this area. I'm just using a brush, and I'm dropping that mask out. Now, one of the things you might want to do with a mask like this is go into your brushes. And right now I'm just using a very kind of soft brush here. But what we may find to be a better idea is to look at one of our other brushes that has a little bit of randomness to its edges. And you can see that some of these chalk brushes have a little bit of that. If I use that chalk brush and I go into my scattering and I start to scatter this a bit more, you can see that I can get some randomness. If I want to do both axes, in this case I kind of do want to do both axes. Now as I go ahead and paint my mask, if I just paint up here, I'm going to paint into a new layer so that we can see what that brush is doing. Oh, I guess I lost my brush selection. So you can see if I start to paint in this area, it's kind of got a bit of a scattered edge. And that scattered edge, what I'm trying to do is, as I'm going to mask this out, I'm just trying to keep that as a soft thing. So delete that layer, go in here and start to paint some black. Turn it on and off. There we go. So we fixed that little spot. Okay, we can get rid of our tree line up here by hitting delete. And the last piece of the puzzle, the last couple pieces of the puzzle, was a few color wash layers. And I zoom out, I'll delete the ones that I don't need. I had taken a copy of my raw light pass, and we saw that we had done this previously in an image. I'm using this raw light mask to tell me exactly where the sunlight's going. So when I'm making color adjustments, you could see the sunlight is only hitting these light areas, the spots that are illuminated, and I'm not getting any texture values. I'm just going to use this as a mask. So if I take this and I'm actually using it as a mask for luminosity, and we remember that luminosity is only going to adjust the light and dark values. It's not going to make my colors change. So in this case, let me turn this all the way up. So what you're seeing is I've created a curve output, and in this case I've just done an RGB output because I'm only adjusting grayscale values. And you can see where I have really brought in my highlights. So my highlights were there, and now I'm bringing them in from the edge. Now I'm clipping them a little bit here, but that's why I'm lessening the effect as I put an opacity down to it, and we'll just make our histogram a little fuller there. So if I shut that down, you can see that I got my sunlight copy. And then if I drag down my fill or my opacity amount in this case, I'll get my effect. Another thing we're going to notice, though, is we're going to notice that this is the old geometry for these background buildings. It's not quite the right one. So it's having a decent effect for us on the image. The only thing I would be comfortable using this on then would be this main building. So I might even go into my mask here and take a big wide brush. I'll turn off my shape dynamics so that it's not tweaking it, and get rid of all these background buildings. Now here what I can do is I could turn back on my shape dynamics, and I can actually control that from over here. So I can adjust my opacity override, my airbrush override, and my tablet control. So you could see that as I put very little bits of pressure here, it's making my brush size smaller. So do a nice job of kind of cleaning that up at the edge. Get rid of some of this stuff down in here. Of course, the harder I press, the larger my shape will be. Really want to get rid of that stuff because this is really off. Turn my shape dynamics back off because I want to make a big set. Now, if I hit Shift 0, I can change my flow to 100%. If you hit Shift, 1, 2, 3, you can adjust the flow values, and the flow value determines how much paint is coming out of your brush. If you adjust the flow and you keep it as a low amount and you turn on your airbrush, it will continue to add low amounts until it's finally done. So that's kind of a nice way to go about it. Some people like to use flow and airbrush. Other people like to use opacity, which if you just hit 1 or 2 or 3 on your keyboard, it'll jump into percentages. So you can just type in those values as you're working on it, and it has a slightly different effect. So if I go into 50%, it's going to paint at 50% that value, and then if I start to go over it again, it'll layer it. So it's just a different way of working. Here my pen pressure is controlling my opacity. Not too worried about this stuff down in here. It's not getting a whole lot of use in the scene. I might even just kind of paint some of it off. Really only caring about that sunlight as it hits my main building and some of this area down in here. I want it to look like the sun opened up and kind of peeked through the clouds. So there we go. Same thing here. In this case, I'm going to copy my new mask that I created. And all I was trying to do is just give this a little bit of hit, a light, a little bit of wash of sunlight as if it were peeking through the clouds. That's something that can be, you could control that in 3D, but that's a lot harder to control, I think, in 3D than it is to do just quickly in Paint. Next thing was putting a little bit of color dodge variation on the scene, and color dodge you can use just slightly. I wanted to give this a bit of a highlight hit at the pool, and then I'd also, let me just turn this file on to normal and 100%. Just some random kind of noise and grime on the image. It was looking a little too pristine, and If I put this on overlay, of course, that's way too strange. You know, we've got a lot of ins and outs and everything, but if you drop this value, and again, you can also, if you're over here in your layers, as long as you're not in one of your brush tools, if I hit 1 on the keyboard, I'll go to 10% opacity. If I hit 0 on the keyboard, I'll go to 100. If I hit Shift 1, I'll do fill of 10%, or Shift 2 will give me 20%. And you can see that if I even just look at this effect at 20% down here, it's just doing slight enough color variations and luminance variations where it's a little too noticeable. But if I put it on at 10% just to kind of break up some of the values so that I don't get any real flat tones in the image. Very subtle trick. And then there's a little bit of overall kind of atmosphere on the image that I'd put on at hard light. Last couple of things we did, put in some golf flags over here. These are just composited in, cut them out, dropped them in, changed the colors. Used what we know of our multiply as creating the shadow, and just put that shadow as a copy here of those flags bent over to the side. Nice thing is it will multiply if I need it to be darker or lighter or whatever, but I'm using the scene to essentially match what should happen there. So maybe it could be a little darker, and now it's matching a little better. One of the issues though of doing this technique, if you're going to use a shadow and you're going to put it on multiply, if you move your shadow, and watch if I just move, if I move this layer down, well, you see that as it goes over the other shadow, it multiplies those values and makes it darker, and that's not the effect that you want. You don't want it to double up on that. So that's a trick that you really only want to use if you're not covering up other shadows. You can, one of the nice things about rendering out our EXR files is that if we ever needed to paint a shadow, for instance, I'll go just as a reference, if we ever needed to paint a shadow and we were compositing with those EXR files in that workflow, well, all we would need to do is paint in this file here, paint right in this layer, and match what the shadow densities and softness would be, and by the time that all got composited back together, it would look exactly as if it were to render in there. So that is one nice way to go about doing that. Okay, and the last thing was getting some people in here. So let's look at what's going on in these people layers. One of the first ones here was some golfers. These are some guys from our studio that took a photograph and painted them in. Looks to me like their shadow is actually a little too blue. Just back that off a tiny bit. And all I had done, this I'd kind of painted, I'd painted over them already, but we'll get into some compositing of people. The things that I was making sure of was, all right, well, there should be a little bit of light here hitting them where the sunlight is. Should be a little bit of light there, taking some masks. It should be a little darker on the back side. I could, if I wanted to, even start to maybe grab some of these areas that are in shadow. Maybe feather that just a pixel or so. Come to my blue and maybe start to give them just a little bit of blue. The bigger trick is coming into your red and dropping the red value so they pick up that cyan. So you can see that I'm giving them a little touch of cyan. I Control H so that we hide that keyboard. And you can see now I'm actually putting a little bit more blue in their shadow and knocking it back just subtly with curves. And essentially the same Same trick for dropping in the people here that are sitting. Look at this at 100%. So give her a little bit of sunlight where she's getting hit with light, put a little bit of shadow on the backside. Now these shadow colors, remember what we could do by measuring our colors. If I put a color here and a color there, we can see if we're in about the right ballpark. And in this case, the first color has got red and green are about the same, and then blue is way down. Let me make sure I'm actually on the right layer here. Okay. Oh, apologies. I'm reading the wrong one. Number 2 is right here, so that's 105, 93, 93. So my red, there's a little bit more red in my shadows than there is here. And if I wanted to tweak this, we could just do the same kind of, same type of trick. Come in here. Filter this, feather that just a tiny bit. Come into my curves. Well, looks like the red could stand to pop up just a tiny little bit in the shadow to match that shadow next to it. And now when I look at it, it's starting to look a little bit better. My green and blue could stand to come down. But those are the types of things that you want to do. And of course, she's so far away that I didn't worry about getting in here in every nuance and nook and cranny and getting her contact shadows. But she should have a shadow right behind her and a shadow right underneath her. And we can go ahead and we can paint that stuff in. For this image, picking and choosing your battles, it was sort of far enough away that didn't have to worry about it. Want to make sure that your people get masked out behind any elements. Actually, kind of looks like this guy got moved a little bit. Oh, no, that's just a part of the image. And so, oh, I take it back. I did paint in shadows. I just didn't have it on. So I painted in a little foot shadow and a little shadow for where those people are. I did it the same way with our multiply and a blue color that we could control. And there you see the same technique, getting some shadows where those people are standing. And I had a couple of other people in the scene that I decided to turn off from a composition standpoint. And zoom out. So that was it. That was our entire image, start to finish. If I turn off these layers. And I'm going to go ahead and make a quick snapshot of this. And I'll turn on all these layers. We could see the difference. So here's where we started, and there's where we ended. And we've done quite a bit of work controlling the eye and where it's going to go, making these background buildings disappear, getting the greens to work well, getting our hits of color in the spots of interest, making the landscaping pop out. You could see here everything looked a little bit dull in terms of its rendering. It was all a little bit brown. Some of our brick tones weren't right, but some of that's on purpose. It was rendered out with a intent to come in and control all these things in paint, and not to spend too much time rendering it out. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and save this image here and put this back up to our panel. Actually, I'm just going to reset my essentials panels over there. And let's do this. Let's take a quick break now that we finished with this image. We'll take about a 10-minute break. We'll come right back at let's come back at 10:40, and what we'll do is we'll open up another Photoshop file of an interior space with lots and lots of people, and we'll work through what some of the challenges were in that. Then we'll also start to do a little bit of specific compositing, show you how you can bring in people and make all these adjustments to them. So there's a question here online about how long did it take to modify the scene. This process to paint probably took me about 6 to 8 hours, I would say. It was a little bit of a trial and error process. That would include rendering out the mats, so maybe there was half an hour to an hour of getting in there, selecting, making my mats, figuring out what I wanted to do. But I would say that this overall painting probably took me, let's call it a full day to paint once I had a rendered image. Okay, so let's. Okay, we're coming back from a break. Just going to do a quick audio test. Great. It sounds like we're audio's okay. So if there's any questions out there, feel free to go ahead and type them into our chat window at any time. Anybody here in Boston, go ahead and raise your hand. Great. Looks like the sound is fine. So what we want to do, we're going to jump into another scene here. This is a similar scene to what we were working on, or at least it's a variation on the same theme. And what we want to do is we want to use this as an example of painting in and compositing in some landscape elements, which can be a bit difficult because of a few different factors. Lots of different green colors and tones, as we were measuring before. There's a lot of variations in terms of the source and white points and all of that. Also, just, foliage happens to have a lot of little, little ins and outs, and it can be difficult to mask. I've got a layer here at the top of my image. I'm just sort of covering up the signs for the purposes of the recording here. So that's what those pieces are. But I want to walk through this really quickly so that we can look at what our layers are. One of the first things that you're going to notice is if I turn on my rendering, this is the base render. So it's actually missing all of this landscaping and those types of things. Whereas the last scene that we looked at got everything rendered into it. This one there are some elements that are rendered in, some trees, some pine trees, some flowering trees that have been brought in and are rendered. But for the most part, especially in this foreground up here, none of that stuff was rendered. Now, one of the things you're going to see, same convention that we did before, my sky is set to the background, and you're also going to see that the sky that I'm using is actually called Sky Safe. Occasionally when you're going through a scene, you get, down the road and you start to put in, a different look and feel. In this case, I had done this sort of gradient sky that I thought was going to be nice, very subdued type of gradient. And then I got into painting my image, and I'd save this one just as a safe layer because I liked it and I wasn't able to decide. And I decided that I wanted to keep it. Now, in this particular instance, it's a pretty dramatic shift. This gradient actually kind of blends in a bit more, whereas the safe sky has an analogous relationship to the architecture. But really, all this is my sky in the background here. So I'll get rid of these couple of layers. We don't need them. I've got a main render layer here. A lot of the same tricks that we were using in the last one, where we've got different color curves and so on that are making slate adjustments. A couple of very subtle uses of dirt map here we talked about in our compositing section and in our V-Ray class a bit about when and when not to use occlusion. Here's an example of using occlusion as an actual dirt and a little bit of additional detail, but being very, very subtle with it. I'm also being careful not to darken up too much of the areas that are getting hit by sunlight. And if I walk through some of these layers, we can see that we've just got some fixes. There's a bit of a change to the fence color, darkened it down, brought its tones down, which just rendering out a little bit too light. Some tweaks to our trees, and so on and so forth. You could see that all the same stuff that we were doing before. I did add a little bit of variation. You'll notice rendered out a couple of examples of taking a few multi-mats just to get the panel joints here to read very, very slightly different, so it didn't look as homogeneous and completely uniform. But for all intents and purposes, we can just go ahead and merge this group. Well, I should maybe keep my alpha channel here. And I'll go ahead and I'll merge that group so we don't have it taking up a whole lot of our time. All right, so now what we want to do is we want to get to some of these plantings here. And you'll see as I start to turn them on, these plantings are actually specific types, and zoom out to 100%, that have been asked for. So you'll see that I even have the specific types of plantings all set up and named, and these were all from source photographs or images that we cut out. So here you can see here's the plantings that are put over on the right hand side. That's covering up all of that green area, and then the big one is right up here in the foreground. So here's all of this planting in the foreground. Now, one of the key ingredients to any of this is getting the right source and spending some time to cut it out. That was one of the critical challenges in terms of this image. And let's turn on the color adjustment so you can see what the final image looked like. So let me zoom into my actual pixels and come down here to this area. Now, there are a couple of spots in this that are a bit wonky. These flowers here look like we're losing a bit of shade and shadow, and they're not nearly as nice as some of these other ones. But let's just quickly walk through this layering, and then what we're going to do is I'm going to take this set of shrubs right here that we have, and I'm going to cut that out and composite it into the scene by using some of the general tricks that we would use. So take all of these in the center section, and I'm gonna go ahead and turn them all off. So you notice that the rendering started with this little bit of grass here. Originally, it was thought that maybe this would be just kind of a grassy knoll in front. It definitely would have needed to get some fine-tuning if it was going to be grass. It didn't look quite as perfect as it could, but overall, for a rendered for a rendered result, that's not terrible. You know, it's missing a few patchy areas in the foreground, but we could possibly just take a stamp and clone that. Okay. So if I start at the bottom here, you can begin to see where I'm layering up, and the first thing you'll notice is I'm working from back, you know, from far away to close up, and that's just so that as I layer these flowers over each other, I'm able to cover up the, you know, areas that need to be covered up by moving, you know, the places towards me. So let's look a little bit at what this matte is doing, and I'm zoomed in all the way at 200%, and you'll see that I've got a couple of soft areas in my matte. Well, you probably recall in our last section there, and if I just put this as an alpha channel, we could see what my matte actually begins to look like. All I did was I took a brush, and my brush type, I went into my different tip shapes here, and I grabbed a brush that I thought would have a little bit of you know, nice variation and scattering to it. So in this scattering maybe has a little bit of noise to the edge of it, and you can see what happens if you choose a couple of these different brushes and their scattering settings. Another thing is, for instance, if we were going to do a grass brush and we wanted to kind of get in and pull out some things with a grass brush, what you can also do in your scattering, you know, you can see that we've got the scatter in both axes and the number of counts. So if I want to make that grass nice and dense, I can do it. Inside of my shape dynamics, we can adjust the size of the shape. So the jitter of the size gets, you know, larger, smaller, jumps around. I can make a minimum size. I can also do this angle jitter right here, right, which we wouldn't want to do in this case, but it you know, can flip the angle around, and then the roundness of the brush. But if I did a flip jitter here of X, you'll see that as I paint it, some of my grass strands will go right, some of them will go left. And that's a little bit more like what we would want if we were going to use this. And then the other thing that we might want to do is we might want to do some kind of jitter in the hue. Let me grab an actual grass color here, and if I were to change my hue slightly and my saturation slightly and my brightness slightly, you can see as I paint this, it jumps around, and I'm getting a slight bit of difference in there. Now, if I wanted to grab maybe one of these colors, you see it's coming out a little bit too soft. I want to test my shape dynamics here on my brush preset and make sure that I'm going to turn my spacing down. I just squashed my brush just a little bit to tweak its shape. I don't necessarily need to have airbrush on here. And another thing you can do with your color dynamics is you can, if I select a foreground color and a background color, I can go back and forth between those two colors. Let me make this just a little bit bigger. So you can see now it's actually using my foreground and my background as variations in there. I only show that to you. I wouldn't necessarily use that to paint in the rest of this grass, because even if we get the spacing and our scattering to be what we want, you know, we can do a halfway decent job. Probably should do a better job of selecting my colors. Let's jump in here and we'll grab that color. Grab that color. take my scattering. So it can take a little bit of tweaking here. I want to go back to my brush tip shape and adjust my spacing. So now they're going to be further apart as I paint that in, and that's looking a little more like it. And I would actually start to adjust some variations in color just by hitting Alt-click as I was doing it. So again, not perfect. You could you could continue to layer it up here a little bit by grabbing some more colors, adjusting your size, and do a halfway decent job just fast with a scatter brush. Well, we're going to use the same kind of concept for cutting out our edges of our shrubs. And if I go back to my brush panel here, and let's just look at a brush preset we might want to work. I think this chalk brush is probably an okay one. So my shape dynamics I don't necessarily need. In this case, scattering I do want to have on so that I can get a bit of scatter going. I don't necessarily need smoothing on in this case. I could increase my spacing so that I get a bit more randomness in between. My color dynamics I'm going to shift back off because I don't need to have any color dynamics going on. And if I go into my layer here, my mask, and we start to, I'm just going to go ahead and, looks like I have a foreground, background jitter still on. So I'm going to start to paint just in a white area so you can see what's happening to my brush. And the idea is that I want to get this sort of little bit of a rough edge so that you can't tell exactly where my my edges are. Hit X on my keyboard to pull that up. Let's paint out what we were doing. And overall, we're probably in pretty good shape in terms of our, if we need to up our count on our jitter, we can. We don't necessarily want wet edges or additional noise. Sometimes you do want to have a little bit of noise in there. If I show you what that looks like, you can see that there's a slight bit of noise that's happening. But the idea is now that if I go into my file here and I hit D on the keyboard to go to black and white, and I hit X to switch over to black, and I come in with a small mask here, I can quickly mask out some of these little edges and do it in a way that it still keeps some nice randomness to the quality of that. Well, I've already done a halfway decent job of cutting this out before, so we're only making some minor changes. You can also, if you go into your lasso tool, you can start to do some freeform lasso selections here to maybe give it a little bit of ins and outs and fill that with black and introduce some randomness there. So selections are one area that you're going to want to make sure are working for you. It's kind of there's a bit of a giveaway that we can see on some of these edges that we've got because they're soft. For instance, if I came in, that's a little bit better with my brush, and I got rid of some of these soft edges so that it didn't look like there was a blurry bit. Switch over to my lasso tool. Hold down Alt to turn it over to the polygonal. Here's another one of those cases where having a pen tablet makes a huge difference when you're trying to do these freeform selections. Okay, so a couple of things that we want to do now is we've got a certain color of all these elements, and I'll start to just turn on these individual pieces, and you can see where they've all come from. These are a particular challenge here. Whoops, sorry about that. I zoomed too far in. I had to select these sources and cut them out and get these tendrils at the very end to look like they were nice. So that just takes a little bit of selecting. When you go into your channels, oftentimes it's a good idea. You might be able to pull a matte just by finding the channel that has the most contrast in it between the edges. So if I needed to clean that up, for instance, I could maybe get a little selection of some of this black area down here and delete it if I needed to. So I'm literally just laying all this down. I haven't worried too much about my shading and so on. But you can start to see as we layer this together from back to front, it's building. It's building up, and it's doing a halfway decent job. Now here we did this huge photograph that I had taken and dropped in, and that covered a big swath of area, and then come back in and kind of layer some of these pieces and some of these big tall shrubs. These little pieces, some boxwoods on the side here, and then this stuff in the foreground. So all in all, not too bad. You know, our masks on the edge are pretty decent. We've spent some care. Probably could maybe fix the boxwood up just a little bit. Its edge. Make sure I'm on the right layer. Come in with my little bit of hard edge to this. Just doing a nice quick selection. Maybe even come over to this other side. Kind of cleans up that edge a little bit. We could also come in with our scatter brush, maybe break up some of those edges. You see how that does a nice job of giving you a little bit of randomness around the pieces. So that's one thing that you know, selections are key. But also, let's look at where this has been blended in here. You see that I actually used a little bit of that scattering grass brush at the bottom with a little bit of black in my mask, just to take some of this and randomly kind of cut it in and out. Now, we could get in there and go into individual tendrils of leaves and so on, but that's not our time well spent. What is well spent, though, is we should start to look at a little bit of our color temperatures and getting all these pieces to blend together a bit better. First and foremost, if we start over here, a couple of tricky things that you may run into as you're putting together your source images is the resolution of the images can vary wildly. And what I'm noticing here is that my flowers in this background are pretty good, but then when I see it up against this this little bush here, this bush is actually lacking a bit of resolution compared to the other elements. So, you know, if we would want to maybe think about introducing a bit of maybe even getting rid of this bush in that section. Same thing is happening over in this area, and the reason that's happening is this photograph was, I think, one that I'd shot in Cambridge several years back when, you know, the highest resolution you can get out of a camera was maybe 2K, and so it's a bit of an older source image. Probably would have been better for me to go out and try to find a new source and shoot it at high res, but sometimes you just got to work with what you got. So the other thing besides resolution differences are, remember we did our measuring of our different green tones and so on. So if I put a sample here and a sample there, we could see the differences in my green tone. So in this case, I've got a green that's 92, 95, and 36, which is right there. And then I've got a green that's 65, 75, and 8. And so what I'm noticing is that this green has got a bit more yellow in it because it's lacking the blue. It's also a bit darker. Move that and check in a different spot, making sure our sample size is, our samples are sampling a similar type of area. And so what we want to begin to do here is adjust our tones and our curves. So if I'm going to put a curves on this, this case my curves, I'm going to clip it to that mask. I'm going to put it on color for right now, and let's look at some of the things that we might do. Now if I drop the blue and the highlights, I'm going to make that more yellow. If I give it a little bit more blue, we're going to start to match our colors some. I need a little bit of red. And there we saw that shift in red is actually one of the things that's going to bring these two a lot closer together visually. And we'll look at our green channel. So maybe just a subtle drop in the green. We had a luminance issue that we were dealing with. So if I do another curves here, and I'm also going to alt-click to clipping mask it, throw it on Luma. I could have used our script that we wrote yesterday. Now, one of the things I might do is I might just go on my master channel and see if I need to, lighten or darken this. Let's drop a little bit of this red tone here. Probably could use a little bit of overall contrast. So I'm bringing in a little bit of contrast values here. And, we can tweak that. We could tweak it more and more, but the idea is we took it from there to here, and now those colors are actually fitting together quite a bit more. So one of the areas, though, that we need to watch out is in a big source like this. You'll see that when I made these color shifts and I switched that green channel, well, it's making that shift in my whole piece. So one of the reasons that I wanted to do this was I wanted to show you that if you're going to be tweaking, colors to match next to each other, be careful that you're not over adjusting the rest of your source, or split up your source enough so that you have full control over the different areas in there. In this case, what I could do pretty easily is I could mask out the areas that I don't want to have. So if I just drop these out of the luminance mask and I drop it out of the color mask, you can see now we've brought back some of those better tones that we had in that earlier rendition. And now that's only affecting that little swath. So one question online, a good question is, when you bring in your plants and shrubs into your scene, like we looked at yesterday at the very end where we brought in a person and we converted them to a smart object, do you take your plants and shrubs, bring them in, convert them as a smart object, and or does that make it too hard to work on? Well, I would say it depends a little bit. Mostly, I would say it's probably a little hard to work on because when you're trying to do all these color adjustments and curves and so on, it's a little too tedious and cumbersome to jump into a file where you can't actually see what's happening with the pixels next to it. But when I'm doing my initial layout or my initial composition and I'm trying to figure out if a tree should, go a little left to the right or in the foreground or in the background, those are the times when I'll keep it as a smart object, and then once I finally bring it into about its resting place, I'll rasterize it so that it's in better shape to go. So let's look at whoops. Let's look at matching a couple of other things here. We've got, these are a decent match, maybe not totally perfect, but close enough for what we want. And let's find what this layer is. I've got auto select and layer on, so I may just have to turn off my color adjustment layers here for a minute to grab that. Okay. So this Rosa seafoam shrub and this one here, it looks to me like we could maybe stand to sample their colors a little bit and find out how off they are. So I'm just going to hold down Shift and go to my eyedropper sample where I'd had it and do the same here. I'll do Shift and drop it there. So my second sample, my red and green are pretty similar. Green's a little bit lower, so that means that's slightly a bit more red. And then in this case, my number 3, my red is a little bit lower than my green, and so that gives me a clue as to what I should do to tweak this color. Now we could do a selective color, we could do a color balance. There's a whole host of different options that we could do. I'm going to continue to use curves because, as we mentioned yesterday, it's the most robust of those selection tools. Now, be careful not to apply it too hard. And I also realized I just put the while I do want to color correct that one, the one that I'm curious about is this one here. So let's put a curves on that. Alt-click so that it's only working on it, switch this over to color, come into our red channel, and careful not to go too severe. Let's see, our red and green are about equal. Looks like we're not getting quite enough in our green channel, so let's jump into our green channel here and I'm going to use the arrow key a little bit to tweak it. So really subtle change there, but you can tell that that little subtle change makes a big difference in how that sets into the scene. It picked up a little bit more red. Now this is all starting to feel more similar. I can actually, because my two curves for these objects are going to be very similar, I'll duplicate it and then I'll copy it down to my layer below. And put a clipping mask on it. So now I just applied that same color correction to this piece on the right there. And the idea is that this is for any type of compositing, it's a little bit more of the same. You don't necessarily have to go through putting your curves on color and your curves on luminosity. You could just do a normal. Sometimes you just jump right into the source if you really just want to grab the source here and go into the curves, and you can just see that you want a little bit of red or maybe a little less green, or you could start to just drop your color adjustments right on there. The problem that I find with it, and that one's a little wonky because I put it on too much, is I just like the flexibility of being able to go back in and tweak it quickly, non-destructively, in case I ever need it. So that's the whole reason that I keep it as these separate layers. we can also, we also want to look at testing out different luminosities. And one of the things I'll say is as you're getting used to curves, I'm just using my master curves here, and we said that that was not really what we wanted to do. But as you're experimenting, I think it's a good idea to see, okay, well, does this object need to be brighter or darker? And then the same with your different color channels. Does it look better if it's more red? Does it look not? If you move things, you start to move things wildly, you say, nope, that's really pushing it in the wrong direction. That's actually pushing it in a decent direction but too far, and you can kind of back off from there. One of the challenges of this particular plant type is that this is very red up here at the top, and the greens, even though the greens are matching, this might start to get a little red. So you could consider masking out a little bit of that. Other thing you can do, we looked at our color replacement tool yesterday. If I go to color replacement and I select a color tone that I like, and I keep this as a low tolerance, and I keep that on color, I could start to come in and apply a little color to these areas, and you see that I'm just putting a bit of that brown tone right over it. And then what I would do is I would hit Control-Shift-F to drop the opacity or to fade the effect and determine it. So that's one other option you can maybe get away with if you're careful, is a slight bit of color replacement. Try that in a different way. For instance, if I come over to, let's say I come over to this shrub here, and this was the color that we were looking at to apply to these shrubs below. Well, let me turn off my curves here, and I'm going to go directly to this layer, and I'm going to start to paint with my color replacement tool. And what I have to be careful about is I don't want to go over these white flowers, so that makes that a bit more of a difficult stretch. I want to be careful what actual color I'm using to do that and replace it. If I were going to try to do this technique, I would most likely choose a lower tolerance. But it is effective because you can see that we're actually just taking that hue from next door, that color value, and we're able to apply it to our object, and it's it's starting to get in the same zone, in the same color family. And again, Control-Shift-F can adjust that opacity. Okay, so those are a few tricks in terms of putting in your landscaping. What we said we wanted to do was we wanted to composite this little piece in here for our shrubs. And let's work on dropping that in there. One of the reasons that we wanted to bring this in was the fact that our resolution, we noticed, wasn't going to quite work that well, and now this image has more resolution, so that's going to be a little bit nicer. One of the challenges, of course, is this thing. If I look at it, we've got a little bit of work cut out for us in terms of chopping up that mask and dealing with it. So what we might begin to do is, if I go into my mask here, I'll start to look at what happens with a little bit of paintbrush and a little scattering tool. Don't want to turn on the scatter too high. Really zoom into this thing and start to lift it off. Well, how far do we want to go? Do we want to spend a lot of time doing that? In this case, in this particular instance, I may just decide that it's not worth my effort to kind of cut those pieces out. I may even just decide to mask it out entirely out of here. Oh, but when I do that, we're bringing back the sort of gross looking flowers that we wanted to cover up. So two things. We either spend our time trying to do this and it's really nothing more than getting in there and making a finite mask and trying to make it work, or I maybe even just take one of these other I have auto select layer on there. Take another one of these pieces that we had from that other section and use it and maybe kind of mask it out in this case to bring it and cover over that plant that was going to be a little bit uglier. Now if I do that, I should look at the original one and see if how that's going to work for my composition. So maybe something like this will work, and we should zoom out and just kind of take a peek. Yeah, that'll probably work just fine. Okay, so we have two things to composite. One is this little piece, and the other one are these sections. So the first one, let's take a look at the shrubs down here. Well, I've got a little bit more of a yellowy red green in these plants than I do in this one. So let's go ahead and put curves on it. Let's put it on color. Apply it. And I'm just going to grab a little bit of reds in the highlights there, and you'll see as soon as I do, it's starting to look more like it belongs. Don't want to go too far because then it pushes it past. And then we should look at our green. Does it need to have more or less green in it? Just slightly less. And of course, how much yellow do we need? Do we need a lot of yellow or more blue? I'm going to keep it towards a little bit of yellow. I'm also going to go into my shrubs here, and I'm going to start to mask this out. So I'm just going to go ahead and knock. I'm going to be careful, actually, as I get, sorry to jump around on the zoom there. Going to be a little bit more careful as I get down into these plants, as I start to knock those back. Because I may want to keep them. I haven't quite decided by the time I put my new piece on this. And I'm just using my tablet with a scatter brush to knock some of these elements back. Landscape can be pretty forgiving in terms of its masks. It becomes, at some point, there's so much visual clutter that that unless you look really, really closely at the pixel level, you can get away with having a little bit of and if I switch over to white mask, I can actually start to bring back some of these levels if I need to. And if I look at this, it's always good, I find, to look at your mask and just get rid of any areas that you may have completely missed. So that's doing a decent job, at least, of getting rid of that additional bush that came along for the ride. The next thing that we want to do, and I'm going to turn this on to an opacity here so that I can see what other elements I've got. Well, I have a choice to make. I'm either going to cut off some of this grass here that was coming through, and replace it with these white bushes in there. And just, I think, for the sake of our experiment here, let's go ahead and say that we want to keep these inside of our scene. So we match the greens pretty well, and this has a different type of effect to it, this different type of plant. I'm going to try to make a little mask of just it. I'm not going to be too careful about it. And in this particular case, I'm actually going to use my color replacement tool. We might as well do, use all our tricks in the book. Now, if I use my color replacement tool, I am going to lose the ability to sort of tweak this after the fact. But I'm going to give this a little bit of yellow. Actually, let's select one of these areas here inside the shadow. And I'm quickly just going to paint over that general area. Now, it doesn't look very good just as itself, but I'm going to hit Control-Shift-F and drop down that opacity a little bit. So all I'm really doing is I'm trying to give it a little bit of that correct color from the neighboring pixels. Maybe bring this down to 30%. So that at least starts to help tie it in somewhat to what's going on. And if you don't like it, you can always delete it entirely off it. So that's before and after. Okay. So the next thing we need to do is we need to composite in. We need to just get our masks working for this lower section. And in this case, what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to try to fake it first. I'm going to try to use the easiest, fastest solution, and that was using that technique where we used our grass brush as kind of a masking brush to see if we can't just chop up the bottom edge. So let's give it a shot. I'm going to go back to my brush tool, open up my brushed palette, grab this shape. Now I could also try to maybe grab a shape where it's got these 3 strands of grass. Let's try this one first. I don't need to have the noise on, but the color dynamics, I do want to have a little bit of color dynamics, and I'm going to change that between my foreground and background just slightly. My foreground and background, I'm actually going to switch over to black and white. Scattering we want a lot of scattering. Our shape dynamics, we're going to flip the X so that we're getting some back and forth. I may even adjust my angle jitter just a little bit so that we get some more randomness to it. And again, we're just trying to come in and see if we can't cheat and maybe bring up, a little bit of chopping up these edges off to see if we can just get it to blend in some. And I'm changing my brush to be a little bit smaller. Bring in a couple of these additional strands of grass. And I'd say we could probably get away with it. Remember to zoom out so that you're not, you're not always focused on this thing at the pixel level. I might come in over here and maybe just start to mask out some of this last one entirely. Might even switch to my other brush that we'd had before. And we can always, we can always go back to our panels here, and let's say, we're scattering this too much, and bring it back down and make it a little more normal. or we could even come in and we could adjust the shape dynamics so that we're only going to one side. Now the big thing that I see here in terms of what we still need to do in this object, and I'm gonna do this on its own. I'm just gonna grab it and darken it down just a bit, I think. Give it just that bit of extra contrast that it needed. So that's looking pretty good. We do have the shadows not quite as dark as the rest of our shadows in this image, so I might deepen it some with my curves. Now this plant species has, a little bit of a different color temperature to it than the rest of our scene, but it looks strange in the composition, so I'm going to go back to a curves adjustment, and I'm going to put it right on the image, and I'm going to see what would happen if I can kind of give it a little bit more red, because all the rest of the elements that we're doing in this scene have a little bit more red and yellow to them. And we could even maybe pull up a little saturation if we thought that would help. All right. So a couple of tricks there. We just, we kind of dropped that in, did a decent job of getting it to cut in. We should probably go back to our grass brush and maybe figure out, a couple of areas over here. I think I turned off my flip X, so I want to turn flip X back on, so my grass is kind of cutting, whoops, too far. My grass to cut into the rest of this shrub. Now, you could spend all day making perfect masks and cutting it out and all of that. I assume that if you wanted to do that, you know exactly how. You just get in there and paint it pixel by pixel. But what we're really trying to do is we're trying to save ourselves a little bit of time, cut some corners where we can. And I'd say so far so good. What we need to now do is, let me just close the adjustments here and find the layer that we thought we'd put at the top. This one. Okay. So with this layer here at the top, you'll notice that one of the things that's happening is my mask that I had on it from where I'd copied it was kind of killing me a little bit. So I'm going to make this a different brush. I'm going to hit X on the keyboard to go to white. And I'm going to bring this all back in this area. See where that's supposed to sit. Whoops. Make sure I'm in the right spot. As I mentioned before, go into your mask. You can paint it out here, making sure that you fixed it. All right, so the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to do kind of the same trick. We're going to use our grass brush to cut it in behind this plant. And the other thing I want to see is, should I put it behind this shrub here? And I can test that out just by taking this shrub and dropping it behind. So if I drop it behind, this one comes in front of it. That actually does look a little bit better, but I've got it to where it's a little too big. And I just hit Control-T to make my adjustments. If I need to distort this, I'll hit Control, and I'll start to distort it at the corners here. I might kind of thin that up and make it look like it's a little sprouting. We also mentioned earlier that the warp tool for instances like sky can be helpful. The warp tool for landscaping is also a nice little trick in case you need to just take a shrub and make it a little plumper, or bend it slightly. Let's move this back and see where we're at. Okay, so the first thing that I'm going to look at is this doesn't have quite the same contrast level as these areas next to it. In fact, this one doesn't either, and it could probably use a little heavier dark values. So if I just hit Control M to get into my contrast, I'm going to see what I have to work with. So we know from before that our S-curve is going to start to give us more contrast. Problem is, and here's one of the reasons why, again, I'm working on the master curve, which we already said is not the place that you want to do it, but sometimes I'll do it just to test and kind of see what the values are. In this case, the color is not really the thing that's really off. It's the luminance. So if that's the case, I'll put this on luminosity. Pop that onto Luma. And now that that's on luminance, we can start to play around with we can go into our individual color channels. I think that the red channel actually is probably the one that's going to give me a bit more of that darkness. Blue channel's not actually affecting my contrast too drastically. There we go. Okay, so now we're starting to get that contrast in there like we wanted. There it was before. Now it's looking a little better. Our green color is not quite right, so let's drop in the curves. Attach it to our Luma. Make this color. Make our mode color. Probably need a little bit of blue. Not too much because it's going to affect that top portion. Green's not going to help. So as I drop a little bit of this red out of here, I'm actually getting my green colors to match better than they were. But I've made my wheat, or the kind of flowers at the top of this, look not so good. So in this case, I'm going to go ahead and switch to my paintbrush. I'm just going to pull that out of the mask. Just got my scatter brush on there. And the next thing that we're going to do is I might drop this down just slightly. It's a little too high. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to go to our grass brush, our trick, and going to shrink it just by hitting the bracket key a little bit. And I'm going to bring in a little bit of this plant that's at the bottom. I think this area right down in my file is something a little strange with it. I'm not sure what that is. Oh, it's my opacity was set at 87. There we go. With my opacity set at 87, I actually realized that I kind of crushed my shadows maybe just a little too much and probably over-tweaked my colors. Well, that's a good thing to keep on the lookout for, is if you have your opacity, it's going to start to blend with the colors beyond it. And we didn't want that in this case. Be careful how much I bring back. Might even just quickly come in here and make a little mask is easy enough to select. Not really loving this side of the bush. Undo that. In this case, I might even just grab a tiny little bit of this existing one. Bring it over. Mask it out on the bottom. Mask it out on the side. Looks like I could probably do a better job of making this selection over here. So I just stretched that piece over a little bit, and I probably want to mask out a little bit of that edge so it doesn't look like it's repeating. Maybe a little bit bright. Drop it in to fit with the rest of it. And I would say that for what we want to talk about, for what we want to do today, that's going to work out pretty well. Let's see, if I turn off all of our adjustments, that is what we had. There's where we are. This particular plant type itself is bugging me a little bit because everything else is kind of so warm. What we could do, try to bring in a little bit more. Oh, wait a second. Aha. What I did was, I realized what happened now. I had lifted my color correction because I put this additional shrub in here. I messed up my color correction that we had, so that's why it was looking wrong. It was looking out like, because when I put in this little plant here, I screwed up my color correction. That's what happened. There we go. I'm much happier with that. That's a lot better. So the idea is that match the resolution of your source that's going to be dropping into your image when you're scaling it around. Use smart objects, as you're placing stuff into the scene so that you can, non-destructively move it and scale it. And then once you're happy with it, go ahead and rasterize it and accept it. It's up to you for your workflow if you want to do things non-destructively. We did a little bit of both just so you could see what the differences are. We did some color sampling so that we could actually measure the values and find out which direction we needed to push the curves, if it was low in the red or high in the red, and so on and so forth. And then we kind of got into picking and choosing our battles. Is it worth our while to go in here and make a really elaborate mask, or can we get away with some tricks like with the scatter brush and a couple of different varieties there? And I encourage everyone, I just use some default Photoshop brushes like the chalk brush and the grass brush, but certainly you can make your own, build your own arsenal of those pieces, and it's so fast to make a brush that you can go ahead and do that. We did some color corrections here to get all of the stuff to sort of fit. we looked at the local contrast of elements, and that's always a critical piece of it. As soon as any one of those things are off, your color, your contrast, it stands out like a sore thumb. We also talked about doing local corrections to things so that when you're correcting your source, you're not necessarily correcting the whole plate, because in this particular image, when we started to mess with this green, it shifted everything else off the track. Okay, well, this is probably a really good place to stop and break for lunch. When we come back, I'm going to get into a similar scenario about dropping in people and painting in people into the scene, and we'll also talk about what we can do for some highlights and shadows. We didn't focus too much on our highlights and shadows. We could probably get in there and make it a little bit cleaner in terms of where shadows and highlights are falling, but we'll save that for after lunch. So if there's any questions, feel free to go ahead and post them to the chat or raise your hand if you're here in Boston, and I'll wait on the line here for a couple of seconds, and then if not, if there aren't any questions, we'll come back right at 1 o'clock. Oh, okay, great, great reminder. Yeah, are we going to talk about tileable texture maps? Definitely. I actually meant to start today as a tileable texture map, and then I figured it would, from a continuation where we left off yesterday, I thought it would be a good solution to maybe jump in and see how this all gets applied. So yes, we'll definitely talk about tileable texture maps before all is said and done. Another question online here is when can we use depth of field on a scene like this? Is it worth doing? Well, it depends on what type of images that you're working on. For instance, if I was going out and I was shooting a photograph on this site, I would actually try to eliminate the depth of field in my shot. I would be looking to try to keep everything in focus, and that's a general workflow for architectural photos, and so if I were to try to put depth of field on this scene here, I would maybe make my foreground a little bit out of focus and the gatehouse in focus, and then my background would be slightly out of focus as well. But in landscape pictures and large architectural scenes, I would say that you probably don't want to introduce depth of field unless you have a real reason for it. If you're going to get really close up on a detail of something and then let everything else sort of blur out. Another question here is, do you ever add grain to your 3D scene to match your photo elements? Definitely. You'll notice that if you're working on a photo backplate and that photo backplate maybe was a night shot or it was taken with a high ISO, it's got a bit of grain in it, and nothing is worse than sort of putting in this super sharp, perfectly rendered out image into it, and then there's no grain to match. So yes, I would, and as a matter of fact, in a scene like this that was mostly rendered but then has a few photographic elements, I might even apply a little bit of film grain in Lightroom as a non-destructive kind of post effect to see if that would push things a little bit. And I'll make sure that we show some grain techniques inside of I'll show it inside of Lightroom. It's got a great way to add grain. Okay, so let's go ahead and we'll take a break. If any other questions pop up over lunch, feel free to post them in the chat window, and we'll answer them as soon as we come back. Okay, so we're getting ready to come back from break here, and we're going to do a quick sound check, make sure we're still back on. Looks like we're getting a thumbs up on the sound, so that's good. So where we left off right before We broke for lunch there as we were working on that large exterior scene, and we walked through all of the different elements of bringing that together. And we have a few things here that we want to do in the second half of our day. The first thing that I want to do is I just want to open up a slightly different type of scene, and this is an interior scene that has very little daylight happening to it. It's a very rich kind of ambient rendering, and this is a restaurant design that I worked on some imagery for. And similar to what we had done, I actually just want to take a couple of minutes here and walk through what some of the techniques were in getting this rendering between what it started out as a base render, which was here. This is what the base render looked like, and this is what the final image looked like. So you can see that that there's quite a bit of shift of difference there in what we were able to do in Photoshop. Now, the first thing you're going to see is that I've got a rendering layer here that's labeled Fix. And what I had done is I'd created a smart object. If I double-click on this, my smart object is really just the two layers of the rendering. And there was this one difference in the image that I'd masked out, and I'd rendered out a brighter light in the back where those private tables were. Next thing is I'm going to go ahead and turn off these layers. We'll start to work through it. I'll delete some of these. Just kind of getting rid of any empty layers I might have. Start to turn off all these elements. You see, I went in and I touched just about every single piece of this image as I was working on it. Okay, so here's where everything started, and one of the first areas that I wasn't really super happy with was this ceiling up here. So I had taken the time to make sure that my render elements, I included this reflection element, and that was giving me what all of these different reflective components were. In this case, you know, we've been working on reflections with an add to this point. So when you want to begin to layer on your reflections, we were using that as a linear dodge. If I drop in a color overlay like we've been doing and I multiply this, it doesn't look like much until we take our multiply color and we push it towards gray. And the last thing we wanted to remember was that blend interior effects as a group is an important step of this process. So if I click back onto my multiply color here, you'll see that I can apply this additional reflection. If my surfaces were not giving me enough reflection, I could go ahead and kind of dial that in back and forth. Well, essentially, I'd use that same process. I'd put on, actually, I'd taken off the reflection to start. I'd rendered out a little patch that that got rid of it because I didn't like the way the reflections were looking. It had these like soft spots. It was a little too glossy of a reflection, so I'd taken it off, and then I'd given it a slightly different effect here where it was less glossy than the previous one, and you can see that it sort of streaks a little bit more up this way. Made a little area selection of using a mask of my paint behind the wine bottles, and that was really just all I did is I took it and I screened it on itself so that I can increase that brightness separately. The color of this wine rack back here I wasn't super happy with, so I had taken a little bit of color adjustment to it so that it would reduce some of the copper effect out of it. In this case, I would have done that as a curves, but I think I may have just done it right on the selection. So I didn't do that non-destructively. In some of these files, you'll notice that in this one in particular, I didn't do as many non-destructive edits as I had done in the previous one. I think my workflow's changed a little bit to appreciate the non-destructive workflow more so than before. So you can start to see that this wood ceiling gets a bit more. And I'm just using screen here on this one. Remember we said that screen is going to make our colors lighter, but it's going to clip at 1. But since I'm in a 16-bit file, that's not going to have as much effect. You can see that I tweaked the color here of what this metal was. Changed a little bit of this glass on my wine bottle wall. So the glass was getting lost almost entirely on there. It was really transparent, and I did a little bit to brighten up the reflection and then also bring back some of that glass look, and I'm just got a bit of a screen on there that I can adjust as I need. A little bit of a few extra specular hits. You can see it kind of hits the curtain. Whoops. Apologies for that. I'm tapped it with my pen. So some specular highlights. Took these crystals that were on this mirror right here and brought those up to punch those up a little bit. Actually, I'm not really in love with how that looks. So if I keep that selection and I go ahead to my curves and I toss the curves on it, in this case, I'm just going to go ahead and turn that to luminosity. Probably would have been a little nicer for me just to pull those highlights out like this. Maybe even lift up the dark point so that I could mimic a little refraction. That looks a little better to me, I think, than without. So just quick little curves adjustment to make those crystals come out at us. Then there's this mirror brightness, which is being done by a screen. But again, we could do a similar effect by coming in here to our curves. And you know, the first thing that we wanted to do was maybe bring up some of the low points, because we'll lose some of the contrast in that reflection, and then bring the light point of our mirror up slightly, so we can control that right in here. We could also change it to luminosity as well if we didn't want the color to have any effect. Quick paint layer here, some mirror streaks. You can see I was just trying to, that's not necessarily a photorealistic look, but the idea was I just wanted to give it a little bit of shading and some variation across those mirrors. Got a mirror on the wall up here, right up here at the top. In that case, all I was really trying to do in that particular case is make the difference between these two surfaces start to die together so that they would blend in. Got a little bit of, let's see, where are the beads? These are the color balance that's on our chandelier right there. You can see in the midtones and the highlights, and in, well, let's see, the highlights we made more red and less blue. The midtones we made a little bit more red and less blue, and the net effect on that was to warm those up as they hang down. Then maybe pull out just a little bit of contrast and glow, and then reduce a little bit of the color to it. So this, I believe, is a saturation that I'm dropping it down. Part of the reason that I want to show you this file is it's got a few different techniques. You know, we're starting to use some different techniques than what we were showing inside of our previous files. Part of that is you know, the workflows you sort of change as you evolve your your artwork. And this workflow was one where I was still using levels in it. So you know, it shows that you can still use these other tools that Photoshop has. It's not that you know, if you don't use curves, it's wrong. You know, use whichever tool it is that you want that gets you there. Here we've got a hue saturation that we're taking some of the shades and tweaking those because they were too orange. We've got these seashells, these luminous seashells on our shade structure, and you can see that I've actually applied this on multiply. And part of that was I was getting a little too much light on those, though there is something nice about how bright they are when they're that bright. So I could always back off my opacity a little bit and keep that glow. One of the things that we're not seeing in this scene, and if I was to go in and do a little bit more paint work on it, now I might try to get a little bit of soft glow actually around some of these luminous objects, the objects that are nice and bright. We might try to get a little subtle soft glow coming from them. Statues up top there were getting a little dark, and they were also a little too coppery color, so drop those in so they'd hide a little bit. Could use a little, stand to use a little bit more yellow, it looks like to me. Maybe reduce the saturation of my reds. See if that was tweaking it. Even grab my reds and there we go. I just needed to push that hue over a little bit so that that would be a little closer to the areas next to it. This little seam in here in this column, there's a joint inside of there that that I didn't model, but I just figured if I made a black and white line in there, it would make enough of a joint line that we could get away with it. Little mirror in the back. Slight change to the carpet tone. You can see that the carpet was getting a little too saturated and red. Looks to me like it could also stand to become a little lighter, but taking the shades here and saturating them a little bit more so that they get a nice orange glow. Now the leather material that I had rendered out was actually doing a pretty nice job in the glossies of some of these highlights, but in the dark areas I wasn't getting as much of kind of reflection as I thought maybe I should. And so actually you can see that I've got this old legacy brightness and contrast, and I'm using it well, I should undo because it forgets those settings. But I was using that to my advantage in this case to sort of bring up that that back edge. If I wanted to do the same trick, I could just put a curves on this. Switch this over to luminosity, so I'm working on my luminance values, and you see that there we go. If I just lift up the dark point of that, I'm actually going to achieve the same effect. Might even look a little nicer if I brought up the midpoints somewhat. I'm going to take a peek at what might happen here if I might. Highlights are just a touch brighter. There we go. I don't want it to be too bright, but that's another way we could go about making a similar adjustment to those chairs. In fact, I don't need the adjustment that was on it originally. I can go ahead and delete that. Looks like a slight color balance here where I had moved it over to a yellow just to warm it up. Quick little rim artifact there. Wine glasses, you know, glass can sometimes be a little tricky in the way it renders In this case, it was rendering a slight bit dark, so I had put an adjustment, but let's try a different way. We'll use our curves on it now again. Switched over to luminosity. And as I brighten that up, I might even bring up this bottom dark color. And let's see. There we go. That's actually starting to look a little bit better. So here was our glass before that was a bit dark, and here it is now. Want to be careful not to tweak it too much, because you could start to see that by lifting up this bottom value, I had reduced the black point a little too severely. So check it in a couple of areas. Outside the window, I just put a sky that I hadn't rendered in, and then I realized that I needed to take a bit of reflection here and apply that to the back window, and just make sure that the perspective looked like it was fitting on it for the mirror, so that you could see the city reflected in the background. Very slight change to this table wood. It was a little too red. So dropped it down with the hue saturation. Quick tweak of the lamp base. Actually, that's these lamp bases over here. You can see that they just look a lot nicer if they're brighter, a little closer to white. This was a material change that had happened, so that material wasn't quite rendering out the way it needed to, and then basically screened it on itself to give it a little bit more interest, and it's got a slight sparkle to it, a bit of noise inside of it. Tweaking those mirror frames, which actually I'm not really liking a whole lot, so we're going to go back to our curves adjustment here and see what we can do to fix that. Looks to me like it might need just a, whoops, that's too much red. Yeah, could use just a very, very slight amount of green, and probably take away just a little bit of touch of blue to get it back into the color range that it needs to be in. So that's a better looking frame. Turn down this cube reflection here. I don't know, that's a pretty minor detail. I sort of like it without that layer on. It's a bit more interesting. And then we're back up to our wood ceiling. Give it a bit of ambient color, reduce some of the saturation, up the intensity of our glows. Tweak the colors of these curtains to match a bit more. And then there's this little, very faint little paint layer that I had made for a slot here to fix that. Now the next thing that I'd done is something that I was encouraging folks not to do, or if you were doing it, to do it very subtly, and that was I used a bit of an ambient occlusion pass on this scene. So you can see what I had done is I'd put an ambient occlusion map that I'd masked out the glass materials, because that's one of the first places where you don't want to have your dirt on it. I should probably have also masked out some of these luminous objects, but the way that I'm using my occlusion, I'm using it as an overlay, so it's doing a little screen and multiply at a very low value. But you can see if I put that on too high, we get too much of a pronounced effect. Everything looks like it's it's dirty. So just put that on nice and low. And then I'd also put on a version of it that had a little bit less at 20. So if I turn off my dirt, you could see what I got these nice soft edges. Well, in an interior scene like this that's lit by all these different sort of light sources, and I'm getting some soft light, this isn't such a bad technique in there to pull out some edges. You just want to be cautious about not making it too noticeable, and you don't want it to kill your effect. For instance, it's actually hurting my light values right there. Not totally, but I do like it where it was a little brighter before. Then there's some lampshade tweaks. One of the things that you're going to want to do, just color theory, is that as your objects get more luminous, you follow the color of the wavelengths that they should be and the saturation. I see a lot of folks try to use light streaks and things, and they go to white, and they just grab white and they start to apply that and put it on for the glows or for the values, and then it doesn't look that realistic. And you'll notice that it looks more realistic as in this case we get a little bit where it gets the glow kind of tapers off. We get a little darker and a little more saturated out here, and the color moves from this sort of yellowy orange to even a little bit more red. So we're just kind of moving across the color spectrum there. And then this has some simple people that are cut into the scene. Probably don't need these additional layers here, but the idea was that for a rendering like this, and rather than putting people at every seat and trying to composite all of them and do a special custom shoot, plus you would have to start considering, are they having the chicken or the beef kind of questions in your rendering. So this was a conscious decision to make it seem like it was setting up for service, and the idea was that get a couple of people in motion just for scale, but not necessarily the focal point of the image. So I would say that back here we might have a little bit of work to do on our mat. You could see that there's a couple of edges here that probably could stand to get fixed a little bit. So if I just come in with my black brush very gently, I can pull that out. But you'll notice one of the things that does look pretty good is that we took this white from the color of this chair as matching about the white of the color of his shirt in the same shadow. So we would expect that that's about in the right range. The same goes here. So that's one of the dead giveaways there. Maybe it would make sense to come up to this guy. It looks like he might have got a little color on his cheek. So let's go ahead and go to the color replacement tool. I'm going to shrink this down a little bit, grab a color on his cheek, and just fix that a little bit so that it's no longer a problem. And then we might even, with my Alt key down, start to grab a little selection here, very soft. Right click and go to feather and maybe do a couple of pixel feather, and if I hit Control H to hide that, I don't see my marching ants. Go into my curves and see what happens if I just put a little bit of additional light bouncing up onto his face there. So now it looks like we've got a little light that's coming from here and bouncing back up. Very subtle. You can see here we've got a bit of a motion blur, and it looks to me like it's possible that his skin tones are just a slight bit too orange. Now this scene is very warm and very orange, but if I go in here, oh, I still have a selection because I hid that. If I go into my curves and I go into my red channel and I grab this I could start to see, whoops, you got to let go for it to work. So what I'm actually going to do instead is I'm going to put a hue saturation on this, and I'm going to go to my reds. I'm also going to take my hue saturation and apply it as a clipping mask, and I'll just start to maybe tweak my hue and saturation. There we go. Now it's starting to look a little bit better. He's not so red as he was. Might even have just a little bit too much yellow in there. And if I didn't want that to adjust any of my luminosity controls, I can put that onto color, and now it's only adjusting my hue and saturation. So now with skin tones don't look quite as orange as they were. And then the very, very end is where some of the magic happens here. This is a set of color adjustments, and we should walk through what these are. So I had mentioned that we can do some dodging and burning just by putting a layer on overlay, filling it with gray, and then dodging and burning that gray layer at overlay. Well, I'd also, if you just paint with a color, for instance, let's say I wanted to paint a little bit with this yellow color, and I put that on a new layer, and I put that on color dodge, and I'll make a big brush here. Well, oh, I'm in my color replacement tool. Got to go back to my regular brush. So if I start to paint this, well, wow, that's going to get out of control quick. So we have to remember that in your blending modes, how the color is actually going to be applied to the scene. So in this case, a color dodge is really going to push my colors out to their edges of saturation and brightness. If I hit Control U to control my hue saturation and I bring my lightness of that value down, well, now it actually starts to come into a range where it starts to make a little more sense in terms of what we might want to achieve. If you do that, switch this on to normal, and you could see what that color was. So if I sample that color, now we can see, okay, I was actually at 11% brightness. And so going back to color dodge, if I now start to paint with that color, you'll see that I'm not blowing out my scene like it was before. It's actually giving it a couple of nice soft hits and glows in a few locations that you might want them. And so that's all I was doing there, was with a nice soft color dodge tool, trying to be judicious about where I'd put it. And then same thing here, except I just changed my color dodge to a slightly different look, and I made that a blue tone so that maybe I could pick up some highlights coming from the edge. And if I go to normal and I put that on 100%, you can see what that color was. So it doesn't look like much when you look at it that way, but once you toss it onto color dodge and let that do all the hard work, drop it down some, you'll be okay. Then I've got a color balance here, and what I decided that my image just was getting too warm, and so I took out a little bit of red, added some cyan in the highlights. My midtones, I gave it a little bit of blue, and my shadows, I also gave it some blue. And the idea was, maybe I could pull back a little bit of that warmth and give it some color contrast as well. Slight bit of saturation. Then up here, remember that light is a linear dodge. So if you're going to paint light, well, odds are that you probably want to start at that section. And if I just look at what this looks like at normal, you can see I had painted just a color up there. But once I put it on linear dodge it makes this appear that there's that cove light is illuminated up top. Another quick hue saturation, a little bit more color balance, and it's, all kind of, these were a few little fixes there. You could see, whoops. You can see that those rim lights were losing a bit of their warmth, so I just tossed in a little bit of that. I'd done it at color. And then I put in my crop so that I knew where I was going to crop this thing off to the edge. So again, here's where we started this whole process. And there's where we ended it. So in this particular case, some of the heavy lifting was done, was all done in Photoshop. A little bit of lifting was done in our dirt map here, which was a subtle trick, but it still was an important one. And there's our final. So I'll go ahead and save this image here. Okay, so before we go any further doing more compositing, we said we were going to kind of jump in and do some people compositing. But just to do a quick side from that, there was a question about a reminder that we hadn't looked at tileable textures yet. And what I wanted to do is I wanted to quickly go through a technique for creating some tileable textures. Now, there are a lot of different, tricks that that you can do. In this case, I'm going to open up an image here that's just a picture of some marble. And as with the normal photographing process in samples, you'll see that there's a variation in terms of shadowing on this image, coloration of the image. And so we've got a little bit of a challenge to figure out what we're going to do to make this work. So there's the quality of the texture map, and then there's also getting it to be able to be tileable. Now, geometric files, such as brick and stone and some of those elements can be a little bit easier to make tileable in the fact that they've got sort of lines and things that you just need to line up. But in this case, let's talk a bit about some of the solutions. Well, remember that one of our first ideas is that we want to go into our RGB channels and just see what they're looking like. So actually, when you get into the RGB channels, you'll see that the blue channel is our worst culprit, the green channel is not so bad, and the red channel is looks like it's the best in terms of overall smoothness. Now, there are ways that we could use that to our advantage, and maybe we'll show some of them. But what I'm going to do for right now is you can see that I right-clicked and I made this a smart object. Well, the only reason I made this a smart object is because we're going to do a technique where we use high pass to try to combat some of this problem. Before we do that, one other trick that can be helpful is if you use an invert, and that invert sometimes works, say, on soft light. The reason that you choose soft light is you want to invert the black and white colors, and you want to soft light is going to take the whites and screen them with a softer percentage and the darks and multiply them at a light percentage. And sometimes that can help. You could see that it started to even out our lighting a bit, but we still have this big white area and we're losing some detail. Sometimes overlay can work, and that does the effect with a little bit more pronunciation, but still not going to work for us. We could try inverting color. Well, that's actually getting us, some interesting results in terms of taking out some of the color effects. But now we've taken our blue, we've taken our warm colors and we've changed them blue. So I'm not sure if that's quite going to work. We could invert it back from a color standpoint here, but we're back to where we started. So that's not going to work. We could invert the luminosity. That's still not going to do it. So what I would suggest is instead of going through that type of solution, we're going to go through a process which I find works pretty regularly. I converted this to a smart object, and now I'm going to go to filter. Try to have that selected. Oh, my layer's locked. There we go. Couldn't figure out why I couldn't put that smart filter on. Now I'm going to go down to high pass. You remember high pass was under other and high pass. Well, coincidentally, the other major filter that we're going to use for creating a tileable texture map is down here as offset. And we'll come back to that in a minute. So first one is high pass. Well, remember that high pass, this is the one that we were using for sharpening. So if I picked a value of a high pass that I wanted to sharpen, I could double click over on the right hand side and we could put this to, say, overlay or one of those modes. That was a contrast mode, and it would start to sharpen our image. Well, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go to the amount of high pass. I'm going to apply this high pass to my image, and what you're going to see is you're going to see that what I've done is I've essentially taken my grayscale values that were happening in here, and I've essentially muted them. Let me go back to my channels and let's look at what those are looking like. Wow. Channels are looking a lot more even than they did before. So what can we do with this? Well, essentially we're evening out our luminance values of those channels. But if I go back up to my curves and I choose luminosity, and I start to drag my curves back over to their light and dark points, and now we can choose what we want. Now the texture was never quite this dark, but if I bring back my light values, we've done a pretty good job of effectively mitigating that luminance shift that was happening. So if I turn this off and I turn that off, I'll make a snapshot in my history. So there we go. We've got our snapshot, and I'll call it original. Turn this on, turn high pass on. So there you go. We've gone from here to here. Well, the other thing that we've done at the same time is we've actually made our grain a bit more sharper. It looks nicer. This pattern is doing a lot better than it was before. So I'd say for where we are right now, that's not so bad. We can start to adjust some of the other things. Well, let's just take a look at what's happening here. If I Control A and select it all, and actually let me do this with a rectangular selection. If I just select this down, I can go to Edit and define a pattern. So now I've defined a pattern here that's this JPEG, and I'm going to go to a new file, and I'm going to make this huge. I'm just going to do a 4K texture. One of the things that I see in certain artwork is that the textures aren't resolute enough. You want to consider how high resolution you're going to be rendering these things on screen. If you have a texture that's going to be filling up an entire wall, and it's going to show up the size of your image, then you want to make sure that that image is large enough that it's 4K or whatever size that texture needs to be to render. Now with the rendering horsepower and the memory management and 64-bit, it's much easier to take these really large textures for your renderings and use them. So I'm going to go ahead and make a new file. Now I'm going to hit Shift Backspace to pull up my fill dialog box, and I'll go to Pattern. And now I'll select my pattern, and we'll render that out. Well, not so bad. It's a little hard to tell because I don't have it repeating quite enough in my scene. So what I'm going to do is actually I'm going to close that down. I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to go to New. So I'm going to edit, copy, merge, and do a file new. So right now my file is a pretty large texture size, and that's good. I want to continue to work at it at a large texture size, but I'm going to reduce this size down. Actually, you know what? I think yesterday we learned that if I go to New and I choose my size and I do Shift, if I change this to a Smart Object and I go to Filter, oh, can I? Yeah, I think we can go to, I don't even need to do a Smart Object. I can go to Pattern Fill here, and we should be able to take our scale down. There we go. So that's a good trick when you're working on these, is we can fill in an image with that texture at whatever size, and we can start to see what that's going to look like as it's scaled down. And well, here's where all that repetition is happening, right? There's some distinct lines that are occurring. Okay, so what we need to figure out now is we need to figure out these patterns that are going to repeat against each other, and some of the identifying elements that are also going to impact. A couple of those elements I can spot right away are these chips here of these big colors that are happening. And as this image starts to repeat on itself, these elements are going to start to repeat as well. So I'm going to go to my heal brush, and I'm going to make it a little bit larger. Oops, wrong brush. Grab my heal brush. And in this case, I'm going to double click, go to my Smart Object, and start to take my heal brush and get rid of some of these really identifying marks. Now the heal brush is a great tool for doing some of this. I can even begin to maybe get rid of some of these streaks that are happening in this these water damage spots. Also depends on what kind of texture you're making. In this case, we have a little bit of flexibility with some of the moves that we make because of the fact of the pattern that this is. There's not as many distinct patterns. Now we could also get in here with the clone tool and do some of that. I'm going to grab these little, looks like there was maybe some drip marks or something. Wherever those show up, I'm painting them out. And of course, some of this is just, you got to go through the challenge of some of the busy work. we're doing a good job of keeping the texture alive while getting rid of some of those major identifying marks. Now, if we needed those identifying marks, well, we could add them later if we were going to make a really big texture map. But let me close this and save it down. And now you'll see that we got rid of a lot of those pieces there. So the next thing that I'm going to do with this, I'm actually going to I'm going to rasterize this down. So I just rasterized it, and I'm going to collapse my curves. And I could save a version of this if I felt it was necessary. And we can do some things that we want to evaluate here on our map. I'm not loving the rest of these drips down here. So one thing we could try is we could come in here with our lasso and grab that area where these drips are and double click. I'm going to hit Control Backspace, and I'm going to try my Content Aware Fill. And Content Aware Fill is a new feature to Photoshop. In this case, it's actually going to do a pretty good job for us. It's going to sample another part of our image, and it's going to fill that part of our image with another area. Well, that really helped alleviate all those drip marks quickly, and so I would say that that was a nice use of the content aware. I'm still kind of healing out some of these distinct patterns. It's always good too to start to take your curves and push them either way, figure out what you can see. When I do this, when I actually take my curves and I crush this down, I could see that this little shaded zone, this dark zone here, and this band here are going to start to give me some problems when I tile this. Well, a few ways around this. One of the first things that we can do, or that we can try, I'm going to make a duplicate of this image. And in this particular case, because of the type of texture file this is, I could go to Filter. Let me just see if this, let's see if Pattern Maker is, actually, it looks like I'm not seeing a Pattern Maker still on here. I wonder if that's something that they decided to take out. But there was a filter in here called Pattern Maker that you could use. It's possible that because I'm in the 64-bit version of Photoshop, it's not available. Just for due diligence here, let me open up the 32-bit version. We'll double check to see if it's available there or not. I wonder if it won't open while we have this open. Let me just go ahead and save our file. Don't think we have anything else open that we don't mind losing. This is going to be the file that we work on next here for some people compositing, or one of these two. Okay, now we'll close down Photoshop and we'll try to open up the 32-bit version of it. Of course, if anybody has any questions, feel free to go ahead and post them up onto our chat window. Raise your hand if you're in Boston. Yep, I'm actually not seeing the pattern maker in our 32-bit version either, so maybe it was a feature that Photoshop decided not to include anymore. That's okay. We weren't going to rely on it. I just wanted to show you that in certain instances, the tileable pattern maker can sometimes be a help, but we were going to end up doing this one manually anyway, so that's okay. All right, so I'm going to go back to our texture that we were working on, and that is Marble White PSD. Okay, so the first thing that we need to do is I'm going to select this layer, and I'm going to offset it. I'm just going to make a copy of this so I've got it, a safe copy. I'm going to go to Filter, Other, and Offset. And what this is going to do is it's going to take my image and it's going to slide it over. In this case, I'm going to slide it over about 1,000 pixels. And I'm only going to slide it over horizontally first, and we'll slide it over vertically next. But what you can see is if I crunch this down, I've got a harsh line right here down the center of my image. And that's something that we want to get rid of. I'm going to go ahead and actually, I think it's easier to maybe see this if I put a curves on the top of the image while we work. So I'm going to go into this area, and I can do a couple of different things. I could use my stamp tool, my clone tool, to grab some of this and paint it out. That's one option. We could try our heel brush, cut that through here and see if our heel brush does a decent job of pulling that out. It's doing an okay job. It's a little blurry around the edges. We could try this. We could try a selection. I'm going to try to make it a bit of a random selection. And I could hit shift backspace for content aware. That's not so bad. In terms of being able to do something effectively quick, it did a pretty good job. I think I might want to get rid of this little area. And now really what we want to do is we want to get in here. I might take the heel brush down. I'm going to check my hardness of my brush. I'm going to take the hardness of the brush way down for that. Just paint over these areas. Bring it up just a touch. What I really want to make sure is that I don't have any noticeable seam. That's a dead giveaway in terms of when we go to tile this thing. So we've got that figured out, and if I do, if we did a filter offset, again, we could see that we've gotten rid of it. The couple of issues that we have in this case, though, I still have a pocket right here and a couple of strips right here that are going to be noticeable if I go to tile it, but we'll take care of those in a minute. Let's do the next one, filter other offset, and I'm going to not filter or offset it horizontally. I'm going to offset it vertically. And now I've got this line that runs through my image here. So same deal. In this case, it's possible content aware will work for us. We'll give it a shot. If we can ever just use a tool inside of Photoshop that will do the heavy lifting and work for us, I prefer to do it that way. Okay, so now here's our texture that we've created, and it should be tileable, but let's go ahead and select it all here. Actually, I'm going to do a marquee selection, edit, define pattern. Here's our new marble white, file new, make this a really big image. Going to go to fill, choose pattern. Well, let's see. Let's first fill it with our old pattern and change this down to 40. So there was our old pattern. We could see what that looked like. And then here's our new pattern. So better, it's tileable in the fact that as we jump into it here at this size, we're not seeing any seams as we scroll around. So that's good. It's a seamless texture at this point. But what we have is we have these items that are repeating here, 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 here. And we can tell that pattern distinctly as we look at it. Well, here's the next thing that we're going to do. I'll just minimize this so we can come back to it. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to make this file bigger. I'm going to take my canvas size and I'm going to make it larger. In this case, I'm going to make it 6,000 by 6,000. So what we really need to do is we need to, what's happening if I go to my move tool and I hold down Alt and Shift, if I keep my snaps on, there we go. If I keep my snaps on, that'll snap next to it. And here's the issue that we were running into. As this was patterning around and moving around itself, we were seeing these same elements in here. Well, what we're going to do now is we're actually going to work on this as though it were a bigger texture. And a couple of things that we can do to try is we could try to flip the texture. You know, if I try to flip this horizontally or if I try to flip this vertically, and keep us from noticing those elements as they repeat together. But then I still have to paint out these joints. So that's one thing that we can do. What I'm actually going to go ahead and do in this case is I'm going to take all of these pieces and merge them down, and I'm going to select this and do image crop. And now I'm going to paint out, I'm going to start using my content aware fill and my heal brush and my stamp tool, and I'm going to make a bigger texture here that's more unique. And so a couple of these areas that stand out are right here. And we want to be careful with our content aware fill that it doesn't do exactly what it did there. It actually just put back that same piece. So if we come in with our heal tool in certain spots. Now, at this point, my image is starting to slow down. I'm going to purge all and see if that'll get us anything. Take some of these identifiable marks out. And each texture that you're going to work on is going to have slightly different challenges to it. Part of the reason that this has taken so long is that I've got a big texture, and now you can see that when I'm healing and it's doing the content aware healing, it's having to think a lot harder. That's not very good. See if it'll go any faster if I do proximity. A little bit better. Start to take chunks of this. We can start to move it around. Oops, I want to float that to a new layer. So I'm trying to break up these patterns. If I go here, you could see that I've got this area, that area, this area, this area, and now I'm trying to just take a couple of these lighter zones. Go back to my scatter brush here. I can also start to I want to switch over my brush back to that same scatter brush. I'm at current and below, and I don't have my alignment on, so you can see I'm going to just come in and grab a couple of light areas, pop those on some of these dark zones, try to make this look as random as possible. And I keep hitting Alt to grab a new selection of source. It's always good to just maybe zoom down a bit, see where the areas are that are still having a problem right there and there. So not necessarily an exact science, sometimes a little bit tedious. The good news is that I was crushing this with my curves so that we could really see where the issues were, and by the time that we bring this back, we see that we've done a pretty decent job of breaking all that stuff up. And we could do more of the same. If we need a couple of heel brushes, I see that I've got a spot there that's not so good. Whoops. I want to go back to content aware. Stamp out that piece and that piece. Okay. So let's say that this is in pretty decent shape. It's at least better than where we were in terms of an overall texture. Now what we can do, I'll turn off the curves, and I'm going to go ahead and select. Actually, the first thing that I want to do is, if you notice, I was stamping, but I hit the edge when I was stamping in a couple of locations. So one last time, we have to go over here to Filter Offset, and we'll do it vertically first. I'll turn on my curves and make sure that we don't have any hard edge lines here. And then the next thing we'll do is we'll do a filter offset horizontally. Yeah, I don't see any major areas there where it looks like we're seeing a line. I do see a couple of tiny little spots we need to fix. Okay, so now we've got essentially our texture. I'm going to select it with my marquee. Same thing, edit, define a pattern. Yep, great, there's our new pattern. Go back to my fill, and this time I'm going to fill it with my new one. And here's where we were before. Here's where we started. Here's where we were before, and here we are now. And that's pretty good. There's not a whole lot of additional issues that we're seeing in our texture map. Now, let's go back, go ahead to my curves. And in this case, I probably want to maybe get a little bit more life to this texture. But I'm also scaling this 40%. So let's go to let's look at this at 100% and just make sure that it's looking pretty good. And I'd say it's pretty good. We got some nice areas, some variation, some differences. Drop this down to 50%. One tiny little spot I can see right there as it tiles. But the odds of you being able to notice that, not that much. We could go back in and we could paint it. But for the most part, that's the trick to it. The trick is really just getting in there, painting the finite areas that you want. The first thing that we did is we used that high pass as our tool to get us to a more even looking texture. And if I open up our original file, because I had closed it down when we closed Photoshop, it's this marble white right there. There we go. So we took out all that color problem, all those color issues, and we got a pretty nice marble. We also have the ability to adjust our contrast and pull out some of the details in there. Remember the same thing that we did before with our high pass. Will work. I can go to filter, other high pass. I could put a high pass on this one at a lower value, and I could put this on overlay or soft light or whatever I wanted to do, and I can actually I just sharpen up my texture too. We can put additional sharpness on that. Okay, so if anybody has any questions, feel free to go ahead and put them into our chat. Let's take a quick 10-minute break, and we'll come right back at 2:20, and we'll start working on some people composites, and then we're going to get into some photo manipulations and some other effects that we can do inside of Photoshop before we end the day. Getting ready to come back from break here, doing a quick audio test. And next section that we're going to look at is we're going to look at starting to go ahead and composite some people into some scenes. And just like we looked, there's a lot of similarities, as you'll notice, when we begin to composite people that looked just like what we did in our landscaping. Now, let me walk through this scene here. You can start to see what we've got. So we've got an initial rendering here, an initial start point, and maybe I'll just zoom in a little bit. This is our main rendering, and then where we end up is somewhere around here. So very quickly, I'm going to build this up, but mostly I'm going to just talk about the people. There's some tweaks to what you see outside. There's some adjustments to the retail glass, to the glass inside, to the ticketing counter. And then there's this whole layer here of adjustments that have a major curves, and a selective color. Now it's pretty interesting to see how much this impacts the overall scene there in our color correction. And this goes back to one of the things that we were mentioning before in regards to rendering out the scene, so that you can see here that I've rendered it out so that I still have room. If I look in my histogram, I've got room top and bottom for exposure in my histogram. And then when I add these adjustment layers and we look at it, now I still haven't clipped out my brights, and I've extended down my darkness. There's even a little bit more adjustment here at the very end that fills that out. So this is a challenging space in terms of people to place in there, because we have a lot of different lighting conditions that are happening. And in this image, as just from a compositional standpoint, one of the things that I wanted to go for was I wanted the people to start to blend in with the architecture, so that the idea was that when your first read of this space was less about some woman in a pink shirt, and more about the kind of activity of the overall space. So I'm going to turn off all these people layers here and open up my background, and let's just kind of start to look at the layering, similar to what we did in our landscape, just work kind of from back to front, so that as you put these people in here, they start to get covered up by the folks that you put in the foreground over them. Well, I highly recommend the use of just rendering out a quick little adjustment guide for a people placer. This one actually was rendered out a slight bit high, but if you throw in a 6-foot box inside of your scene, it can help in terms of understanding exactly where the heights are. Of course, you can figure that out with your eye line and your perspective lines, but occasionally when you're getting up into some certain areas like this, or up on escalators, I just find it's a 10-second rendering. So you can go ahead and do that. And now in this case, in this rendering, what I've done is I haven't necessarily separated all of my passes into its color pass and its luminance pass. And I'm also picking and choosing the battles wisely here to decide how much effort I'm going to spend on getting these people composited and color corrected, especially they're way in the background. And so what I've done is as I start to turn these things on and off, I've gone through, and just like we've done our other places, we've used the curves to affect the colors, and we've used the curves to affect the luminance. I can also zoom in here just a little bit. If I come into 100%, if I auto select layer here, well, I've got this woman in the red dress. Well, one of the things that we could do is, we learned before, we could do our color replacement tool. And if I wanted her to blend in, part of her blending in is coming in and making sure that her color disappears. So we could do something like that that just mitigates what some of those issues are. And I'll just turn on my foreground layers, and the rest of these people, well, let's do it one at a time so we can see. So got this layer in the midground, another layer here of a couple of people standing, and then you'll see that the reflections are just composited in there like you would expect. Couple of people walking here and a couple here in the foreground. It's a dim space, so we could get away with maybe doing a long exposure look at it. And so that's the general kind of composition that we've got with these people. Well, let's go ahead and start to bring in some new people and go through compositing them in. I'm going to go to my Adobe Bridge. And since this is a train station, we would imagine that we could have some travelers in here, some people carrying bags. As we're evaluating the images in the library, we're also looking for people that add to our story. So, for instance, we could choose to put a guy taking a photograph right in the foreground, but suddenly the image then becomes all about what his activity is, or some people getting married, and so on. So part of choosing, putting in the entourage is really choosing the specific people that should fit into your scene. This guy doesn't look so bad. It looks like he's, somewhat stylish with a blazer over his shoulder. His coloration would certainly work in our scene, so I'm going to drag him in and drop him into our scene. Now you see that when I did that, it gave me a placement here, and that placement is his full size. If I hit enter, it'll accept it. Well, this isn't so bad from a perspective as well. I'm just going to bring this all the way up to the top so I'm not worried about my adjustments. His perspective would actually work if we had put him somewhere up here in the foreground. You can see that it looks like he's actually walking in the scene and headed towards this opening, so that perspective is going to work. I could try him over in this side and flip him horizontally, and even that works okay. That's not so bad. I could, you'll see that it's brought in as a smart object to start. So if I decided that I wanted to bring him all the way up and off this, edge of my screen and have him walking here, well, I've got the smart object is got the resolution that'll allow me to do that. So that is one place we could put a person in here. Maybe we'll leave him in the foreground, kind of leading our eye. Okay, another place here, I'll go back to my collection. I kind of want to look at some travelers here, and this is the Epicter traveler selection. So great, entourage library for being able to bring in some people that we think might help our scene. These girls here are actually pretty good from this side. It looks like their perspective would match, and we might get a couple of hits of sunlight. Their colors are working in the scene tones that we've got, so they're definitely an option. These guys are probably getting hit with a little too much sunlight, though we can work hard to paint, paint that out. But when we have a choice like this, where we can actually find somebody who looks a little bit like the better, the closer the lighting is, the easier it is going to be for you to paint it. and have it look realistic, the less work you're going to have to do. So we'll kind of peruse through some of these other pieces. There's quite a few good ones in here that we could add. I think I like that. I like the possibility of what we might be able to do with these two here to start. So I'm going to drag them in. Yeah, they look like they're winners. So let's pop them in at about the height we think they're going to be at. You notice that we've got a little bit of sunlight here too, so maybe I can use that to our advantage with these people. So you got to make sure I'm selecting the right layer there. Thinking maybe we have them somewhere around here where it looks like their bag should be getting hit with the sun, and they're just walking out of it. Zoom out, check out our composition. Well, it's not the greatest point in the composition to have them right there dead center. So we can probably do the same, have the same net effect by having them over here. And in that case, if we have them over here, let's select who these guys are and just get rid of them. So now we're going to replace those guys with these folks here. And you can see it makes sense. So we maybe have a little bit of sunlight hitting there, a little bit brushing their shoulders as they're in between the shadow and lightness. And then we'll cut this guy in the foreground. Now, one of the things that I'm doing from an overall composition standpoint is I'm making sure that I'm leading your eye where I want it to go. And in this case, this is the most important part of the image. So these people are kind of walking to it, and they're getting up there, going to their train. Compositionally, this is working. From a micro composition standpoint, we should look at a few things. In this case, what we want to try to avoid is we want to try to avoid those coincident edges. And right now we've got a coincident edge right here where his finger is kind of tangent to this line. We've also got a coincident edge here where his head and this column aren't working. We don't necessarily want to block that column either entirely. Maybe something like this is pretty good, and now I'm noticing that I've got a man standing back here. I can just get rid of him. There's no reason that he needs to be there. Close to coincident edge, maybe we'll make a selection of this and just kind of tweak it a little bit to take it off there, but that doesn't bother me so bad. And then the same goes with our two girls here. Want to make sure that they're looking okay, their height's about right. All right, so let's cut these people in and add them to our scene. The first thing I want to do is I want to save this so that we don't have to go through the trouble. Oh, there is one more thing I want to do before we do that. In this particular case, we've already got our entourage is cut out, and it's you know, we've got the alpha channels are already made, and they're nice for us. It's drag and drop solution. Occasionally, you know, when you go out and you do your own photographs, you'll of course have you'll have to do a little bit of masking and so on yourself. So let me grab an image here. This is also from a library that you can buy on the CG Architect store. This is the Spine 3D's green screen library and some images from their green screen shoot. So let's say we wanted to maybe we want to bring her in and next to him and have her walking alongside. That's possible. If we wanted to just quickly test it, you know, sometimes it's a good idea just to test your composition first. Drag her in here. Shrink her down. Yeah, she might work okay. Walk in there. For the purposes of our demonstration, why not? Let's give it a try. So now what we need to do is we need to key her out. Well, she's on a green screen here, so we can go to select and we can go to color range, and you'll see that as I move my cursor around of the color range, it's selecting all that green stuff. And they've changed color range a little bit to help choose localized colors too. So you could see that as I select this and I adjust my range, it's doing a bit of a better job of being more local to it, and occasionally that helps. The other thing that we can do is we can use this plus eyedropper over here. Now, when we get that far, when we start to get our person here selecting the green on them, we don't want to get that far. So we can either drop down our fuzziness, or we can start to use our subtract key and try to pull a matte out of that. So let's go ahead and hit OK. And with that, I'm going to invert my selection. I'm going to get rid of these corner pieces here because I don't really care about those so much. And I'm going to bring my layers back, drop my swatches. I accidentally hit color selection on there. So here now what I've got is I've got my matte, and we'll zoom in, and it's done a pretty good job of getting around. We're losing a couple of places in the fingernails there and in the fingers, and we're picking up a little bit of shadow down in here. But we can pretty quickly come into our matte and start to paint on it. So if I choose my brush tool, one of the tricks that you can use is if you change a brush tool to, say, overlay, if I paint overlay, I'm only filling in black, but it's not actually touching the white. So if I wanted to get rid of some of this here but leave my white alone, I could do that. And that's because overlay is giving us that multiply in screen, the change of that. So if I want to pull some of that away, I can do that. And if I hit X on my keyboard and I do it the opposite way, I can start to paint some of this white stuff without affecting my black. I might try that right at the fingernail. So you see how, I did get a little bit around that opposite side, so switch that, put in our key. Now, of course, on our mask panels, we can always go to our mask, and we can always adjust our mask edge if we needed to. If we need to shift that in a little bit, we can. If we need to smooth it out. In this case, smoothing, it does a nice little job, maybe tiny little bit of feathering. Don't want it to be too soft. All right, so let's say that's a pretty good mask, at least for what we wanted to do with bringing her in. I'll go ahead and apply it. So apply my layer mask. Now the big challenge that we've got here is let's look at our histogram. The challenge that we have, well, we've got some off-the-chart things that are happening in our histogram from the color spill, and that happens in green screen. With a green light bouncing back off onto somebody. One of the things that we could try to do is we could try to do an auto color. So if I do image adjust, got to remember where. Oh, it's over here. Control Shift B. So auto color, what that's going to do is it's going to shift all of our color channels back to take away the green. In this case, puts in all that magenta. Well, I think we're better off going ahead and doing our two curve solution. First curves, the big one is going to be color. And we need to see where it's missing data. It's starting to miss a little data in the blue. It's got a little too much in the green, but we don't want to get a lot of that magenta. So if we bolster the blue and the Maybe pull down the red just a tiny bit there. So we pulled a little bit of the green out. In this particular instance, what I'm going to suggest, and I'll make another color adjustment here. We could try a different approach, is if I reset this, I could choose auto and see if that auto color does a pretty good job actually of getting me where I needed to go. I just need a little blue into my highlights. Well, at least I thought I needed a little blue in my highlights. At any rate, we could do either one of these. We could take this. That's at least an improvement. It combated the green. This one is maybe making our skin tones a little pink. So let's go ahead and use this. I'm going to flatten it. I'm going to drop her in to the scene. And where I'm putting her right now in this foreground, I'm not going to have to worry about cutting in her feet so much. So that's one helpful thing that we have. The other thing that we're going to do is, in this scene, we're trying to match this color palette that we're using. So I'm going to use the color replacement tool and try to get that to do some of the heavy lifting for us. Okay. So there she is, and let's work on her last and see what we can do with these other folks. So first guy in the foreground, here he is. I'm going to rasterize him. I'm happy with his location, so I choose rasterize layer. I'm happy with his head height. His eye height looks like it's in about the right spot. Maybe he's a little short. And what we can do now is we can put a curves on him and connect it to luminosity. And the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to start to bring down his luminosity values here. He's a little too bright for my scene. But he's also got a little too much contrast, so I'm taking the black point and I'm lifting it up slightly. So we're kind of muting him down in the brights and the highlights in the darkness. So there we are. It's starting to blend him in a little bit better. Issue is that we've got some color problems. So let's go to curves. And this one I'm going to make sure that I punch in Luma. This one I'm going to call color, and we'll switch this over to color mode. And I'm going to actually start to drift down the overall color here and in the highlights. So I'm actually going to desaturate those highlights some, and maybe even slightly desaturate his darkness. So now we're actually beginning to get him to set into the scene much better than where he was. That's where he started. Here's where he is now. He's looking a bit better. And then we've also got a couple of color channels here that we want to tweak. I'm going to go to the red channel, and let's look at where this red value is. I'm going to pull the red of his skin tone down some. Remember our color selectors here, so if I want to see what is happening in that blue versus this blue, I can maybe tweak the blue channels, decide if I like what blue color I like, or maybe my red channel in the highlight, drop it down. I find in a case like this that if I want to match something sort of exactly, I'll use that color selector tool. So I'm going to go to my color replacement brush. I'm going to zoom up on this thing, going to alt-click on this sort of overall blue ambient color that I'm using in the scene, and I'm just going to go ahead and lock the transparency on that, and that way I can't paint outside of his selection. And I'm going to start to take that color replacement brush, and maybe I'll hit it in a few areas here. I don't want to get his skin tones. There we go. So we've given him a little bit of a cast from this. And maybe we'll even toss it over skin tones and see what happens. We'll do a Control-Shift-F. And I don't want that on a whole lot. So there's the difference between it on and off. You could see that it muted some of these blues and put them into our scene a little bit better. Kind of blended them in. If I wanted his shirt to disappear some as well, I might even do it specifically again on his shirt. I'm just going to do the color selector or the color replacement brush. Toss it on his shirt here. Maybe put it on his blazer as well. Control-Shift-F. There we go. Now what we've done is we've controlled the color of his shirt. We've dropped it in there. We've put him into the scene a little bit better. And because he's not actually getting hit with much light at all, he's kind of in our shadow, he's probably okay in terms of the overall final look. Now, if we wanted to bring back, if his hair color was losing a bit of its color, I could take a color replacement brush and maybe grab another hair color. Let's make sure I grab the color. And we're going to put a little bit of brown back into his hair ever so slightly, because it doesn't need to be that noticeable. There we go. Now, if we turn all of this into a smart object and we wanted to give him a little bit of blur, let's go ahead and do that. Take this to convert to smart object. I can do a filter and a blur and a motion blur. And in this case, that's all it's going to need, because we would expect that he would just have a little softening around his edges there. Now, if we really wanted to get into this, we could also maybe motion blur the sweep of his arm or the move of his leg as a long exposure, but it's not that long of an exposure, so we're just putting it on very softly, this motion blur. Okay, so let's move over to these girls that we were going to put into our scene. So here they are, travelers. Go ahead and rasterize them. And much the same, in this case, though, we've actually done pretty good in selecting some folks that fit already. So let's go ahead and do curves. Going to put this on color. Going to start to drop some of the overall color, that saturation. I'm going to go into my red values. Going to take out some of the reds because overall my scene is pretty cyan. Make sure the greens are in check and the blues are okay. Could use just a tiniest little bit of blue there. All right, so that's already helped quite a bit in terms of getting it to knock into our scene. And they've already got a little bit of sunlight to them, but maybe we want to exaggerate this a little bit more. So I'm going to make a couple of selections here. And I'm just going to use my
lasso tool, grab the top of that thing and find a couple of areas here that are going to get brighter. What I'm going to do here is I'm just actually going to turn this way up. I'm going to make it ridiculously bright. Only reason I'm doing that is I'm going to go to my brush tool and go back into normal here. And I'm going to use that as the basis for where I start to brush some of this on. Let me check the settings of this. Yeah, turn off. I don't need shape dynamics in this case. So I'm going to hit it in a couple of spots where I think I feel like they should maybe be getting hit with a little bit of light. Maybe there's a little peak of light there. Just making sure I'm not getting any additional stuff. And so now I can go back to my curves. And my curves, all I'm doing is I'm adjusting where those highlights are hitting. And if I wanted to maybe pick up a little bit of this tone here, I could, if I drop my blue channel slightly, I'll get a little bit of that yellow. And I could also go into my individual color channels and, whoops, I don't want to do that. Start to give it some additional brightness in there. So what we've done now is we've given them a couple of hits of sunlight just with the curves. So that's one way to go about it. You can go ahead and curve them like that. Totally different way of doing this we talked about before is instead of curves, maybe one of the things that we could do is we could try to put on a layer effect, and we put a color overlay, and we grab our overlay here, and it doesn't want to grab my color because I put it on a selective color layer by accident. There we go, color overlay. Grab some of the color from the scene. And let's see, in this particular case, if I put it on color, oh, I see what happened. If I do that on, I thought I had that right. Oh, I changed the wrong setting there. Sorry about that. I had meant to change it in my overlay. And remember, this was just taking a little bit of that hue of the scene and dropping it on in a couple of locations. So that's giving me a bounce light of that blue hue, and then we could still use our sunlight as the variety there. So that's another way to do it if we didn't want to just go ahead and drop this curves on. The curves is, I'm going to say it's probably a bit more accurate than doing it the other way, but the nice thing about the other way is you can do a whole bunch of people really quickly. So you can be a little faster about it. So what we need to work on now is we really kind of need to get their shadow in here, and their shadow is going to be a little bit tricky because we have all of this soft shadow around it that's coming from up above, and we're going to need to, you know, spend a little bit of time getting their shadow to look right. But if I just make a copy of them, let me turn down my adjustment layer. So the multiply, and I'm doing this really quickly so that you can see here, multiply is going to be tricky to try to make work with all the rest of these shadows. So my guess is one of the better ways for us to put this in is to actually get in there and mask it out. So we're going to have, well, let's also look at just where these shadows are coming from. It's pretty high up, this sunlight that's coming down here. It's actually very high up in the way that it's working. So this is just going to project a bit of a shadow right back onto here. These girls, I don't know that they're going to produce much of a shadow. I'm going to make a copy of our travelers. So there they are. And I'm going to drop it below. And I'm going to move it over and down and kind of squish it a little bit. I'm going to hold down Control and start to move and distort this. Because the main part of where we're actually going to get their shadows is really going to be coming from the bags. Now, if I just take this layer here and I drop its lightness all the way down, we can start to see where that projection is going to happen. I'm go to my erase tool, but I don't necessarily need that little part there. I'm going to make a selection around here. Kind of distort it down some so that it looks like it's flattening out. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my blur tool, and that's right here, and we've got a strength of 20. Let's see. I just want to blur out this edge just a tiny bit. It's not, shadows of course get blurrier the further away they are from objects, so this isn't very far from that object, so it's not going to get all that blurry, but they are pretty soft shadows in here. Going to go to I'm going to hit D on my keyboard to bring up my black and white tools, and I'm going to fix a little bit of shadowing that's happening here underneath her foot. Maybe fill in this little area. This arm looks a little strange, so I think I'll just tweak it. Hide it back there some. And now what we want to do is I'm going to go ahead and start to lighten this value. I'm even going to just maybe colorize it and lighten it up, give it some kind of hue. Oh, I guess it doesn't want to work for me. There we go. I just hadn't let go. So I'm going to drift it over to the hue that I want. I don't want it to be very saturated at all. You know, get it close there, and it's not perfect yet. We can get into our curves adjustments here a little bit. Gonna get some noise. We can actually add, I believe we can add some noise in our, well, let's do this. Let's go filter, noise, add noise. So we're going to start to break this up like those other areas. And we don't need very much in there, and we can also, once we hit it, Control-Shift-F, and we could fade that down some. these areas that are already kind of in shadow aren't necessarily going to show up to be much darker. It's a little too saturated. And I'm going to actually go ahead and, if I take my burn tool, if I take my dodge tool and I actually hit Alt and I hold this down, I could start to burn in a couple of these little zones. Burn in under her foot there. So that's not bad. We could probably tweak it a little bit more to dial it up. It's maybe just a slight bit dark, and part of the reason that we were doing it this way was because we were fitting it into all these other shadows that were around. We couldn't use our multiply trick in that particular case. Let's zoom all the way out. Yeah, maybe it could be a little lighter like that. And so that's it in a nutshell. Basically, of bringing people in is just getting in there, painting on some lights and darks, and casting their shadows down. If we wanted to take our other traveler here, our girl that we had in, something tells me that she's going to be a little tough to composite in, but let me put in a mask. And let me go to my masks here and change my edge and shift the edge in, but smooth it slightly. So that kind of takes away some of that green edge that she had. And then I'm going to go use the color replacement tool again on it. Put it, lock the transparency, go to color replacement. Let's paint some of this blue to spill back up on her. I'm putting it over her entirely. Now, I want to actually be very cautious about how much I put on her skin tones. In this first round, I'm doing it, and then I'm using my opacity very, very lightly, ever so faintly. I could go back into my color replacement here, grab some skin tone off of her cheek, and replace it under her chin. I can also grab her hair and fill in some of these green areas that were on her hair. I think it might have been a little too much. Yeah. And we can always, once we add this on here, if we don't like it, for instance, if we fill in her hair right there with this color replacement tool, Control-Shift-F, zip it back down some, hit these areas. Now we could do this over here, be a little more careful. Even with that tolerance, it's still getting a little too far in there. little bit of bounce light, just really, really soft amounts. Grab an eraser tool or go into my masks here, switch over to my regular brush. There we go, my shape dynamics were on. So I wasn't getting much of a brush. I just had lock transparency. She could use a little bit of help on her skin tones and her reds. Go into the reds here, bring that saturation back down some. Looks like our magentas. Sometimes it's good to just come into a color channel and just double check where things are coming from. Is that the blue channel that's acting up? Yep. Overall, a little too bright. So we could spend a little more time on her, maybe get her skin tones to jump a little bit. I think by the time that we take this and convert it to a smart object and put our same little bit of motion blur, I think by the time we do that, we're going to be okay. So that's sort of it in a nutshell in terms of compositing people, getting them, finding the right source, checking their heights, their perspectives, taking some of the scene colors and dropping it on there, whether you do that as your curves or however you want to do your color adjustments. I happen to find that using the color replacement tool selectively in a few spots can be a great way to help blend the people into the scene with the scene colors and the light that's kind of bouncing off of them. You got to be careful with your skin tones and your hair tones because those are some of the first places that people will notice if the colors are off. You want to keep them within kind of a legal range of what's to be expected. All right, so before we head into the home stretch here, why don't we do this? Why don't we take a break and let's come back at well, let's do this. Let's come back at 3:30, and we'll continue on with the rest of our workflow. We're going to jump into some photography tricks that we can do inside of Photoshop, as well as some color adjustments we can operate with Camera Raw, Lightroom, and then finally some color grading using Photolux. Okay, so we're coming back from break. Just going to do a quick sound check. Great, sounds good. So one last thing that we decided that we're going to do to this image when we started it, we were talking about coincident edges, and his hand there was not really where we wanted it to go. So it's a good opportunity for us to show one of the new features of CS5, and that's called the puppet warp. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select our guy here, and I'm going to double click on him because he's a smart object, and he's a smart object because I'm applying this motion blur as a smart object, a smart filter to him. And so what I want to do is I want to take his arm and I want to bend it sort of at the elbow and lift his hand up. Well, what I'm going to do to make that happen is go to my lasso tool and just holding down Alt and make a selection here of his arm and his sleeve. Now I need to make sure that I have his layer selected with that in here, and I'm going to go to Edit and down to Puppet Warp. And you're going to see that Puppet Warp, what that does is it puts this mesh, this container mesh, right over our object. So I want to pin it so that I'm not going to move it here at the top. I'm going to put a couple of pins at the top so that it stays stationary. And then I'm going to make another pin right here at the elbow because that's essentially where I want it to bend and swing up. And then one at the bottom where his hand is, and I'm just literally going to grab his arm and lift that up. And that should give us a little bit better look to that feature. So it's just as simple as that. Wherever I set the pin, it sort of constrains it, and then we move the pins, and we're able to modify it according to this triangulated mesh. When I'm all set, I'm going to hit Enter, exit out of my Photoshop Smart Object, and there we go. Now we can see that it's lifted up off of the area there, and we've done it in a way that's kept the contour and everything of his hand, or his elbow and his arm. Okay, so let's move on. We've gone through quite a bit of painting, compositing, how we work with rendering scenes, and taking a look at putting those together. What I want to do next is I want to jump into some advanced photography techniques, and Photoshop is full of really great, a lot of really great things. Before that, let's just see what other files we have open here. I'm going to close down this platform. Before I jump into the photography techniques, one quick exercise I want to show you is that if I go to Open and I just jump down to my desktop, I'm going to open up this QuickTime movie here that is a rendered out movie. And I'm going to go ahead and leave, actually I'm going to keep this as an sRGB profile because I believe that's what it was done in. Alright, so what has happened here is I've actually opened up my movie inside of Photoshop. This is a video that's been rendered out. And to access its controls down here at the bottom, its timeline, I'm going to go to this button, and I'm going to switch from my Essentials, which I've been working on, and I'm going to go to Motion. Now what you're going to see is in Motion, I've got a time slider here that is like a time slider that you would normally envision. And basically, I'm scrubbing in real time inside of Photoshop my rendered out movie. What's great about this is you can actually do some compositing here inside of Photoshop. So if I actually wanted to start to build some layers up, and say I wanted to make a couple of titles for I want to put some text over this image and some labels and so on, I can actually do that. We can do all kinds of different compositing. You see that any kind of layers that we put up top will be on the image. I can also keyframe those. So inside of the timeline window down here, you can actually just open this up, and you could set keyframes very similar to what you would do in After Effects. So for instance, if I wanted my title to start at at an opacity of 0, I could just put in a keyframe in here, tell it what my value should be, whoops, there we go. I keep hitting the wrong button there. Apologies there. There we go. So now I've got a keyframe here where that's 100%, and I could set this keyframe to be 0. And what I've done is I've essentially given myself a quick fade inside of After Effects. And of course, you can do all kinds of stuff. You could do text warps and animate it. And there's actually a whole powerful feature set now inside of Photoshop for working on movies. The reason that I pull this up for you, and feel free to experiment how you would like, I want to show one other trick that you can do inside of this, and it's a color correction technique. So anything that I do inside of my image here, I can do all of those same color adjustment things that we have been looking at. So if I want to put this on luminosity and I want to adjust the luminance of my scene, I can do that just as we were editing our still images. So from a workflow standpoint, if there are things that you're doing, you can make that happen. Now, of course, you can do this in compositing package and After Effects and all of that as well. And it's just up to you what you would like to do in terms of working on your color correction techniques. When you're all set, you would do a file export, and when you export, you choose render video, and that's what will render your video out as your QuickTime file. Now, one thing as I was playing around in here I wanted to find out if you could do is in our still images we said that you have access to 10 channels. You've got CMYK, you've got lab. Well, natively this is an RGB file here, but what I can do is if I wrap this into a smart object, in this smart object here that I've got, if I double click on it, I've got my initial RGB setup right here, so that's my initial RGB file. I can actually convert this over to a mode and change this to CMYK mode and choose Don't Rasterize. And now in my color correction, I'm actually able to work on CMYK color corrections in this file. In some cases, there are certain things that you want to do with channels that are very hard to do or limiting in other ways. So here's one, kind of interesting technique that you can use to do some color adjustments. And beyond that, if I take this and I turn this into a smart object, I can also change the mode again, and I can change this over to lab space. So inside of this lab space now, I could actually work on some different color adjustments here as well. And let's say I wanted to really, play around with some of these saturated midtones. I can do some of the tricks that I might do in lab space that would allow me to do that. And so you see what I've done is I've able to use lab to my benefit to take some midtones and saturate them. Now, I don't know that I would find that workflow practical necessarily if you were going to be in a production environment and somebody saw that your file was an RGB and then it was wrapped in a CMY container, wrapped in a lab container, and wrapped in Enigma, I guess. But the cool thing about it is that it is available. You do have some of those options that you can look at, and it's a nice thing to be able to have access to. So one of the questions here online are what codecs are available when you export. So let's actually look at this. There's export. If I go to render to video, the files that I can save at here, I can save a QuickTime movie. I can save out AVIs, MPEG-4s, and under my settings here, if I go to my different types of compression, I have some of the usual suspects that we might expect. So I've got an H.264 or Photo JPEG or MPEG-4 video. So those are what we have access to in terms of saving out and rendering our movies. From the couple examples that I had done prior to this that I've just kind of rendered out to some individual clips that I did color correction on, the rendering's actually pretty fast. It happens to crank right through it, so no real problem there. All right, I'm going to exit out of this file, and I'm going to switch back to, actually, let's go to the photography workflow. Now I'm going to go to File, Open, and I've got a couple of things on my desktop here that I want to show you. One is going to be a series of photos that I took that we're going to merge together. So there's an initial photograph here, and this is just the center shot that I took with a 17 millimeter lens, and this lens happens to be a shift lens that I'm able to shift the image up and down and left and right and various levels in between. And so if we just look at a couple of these images here, I'll bring them in before we do that. I sort of have, and I'll just stack them kind of over each other. When I shift the lens up, I'm able to get this much more space in my field of view. Well, shooting a series of these images, we can actually take advantage of one of the really cool features inside of Photoshop's Automate, and that is Photo Merge. So Photo Merge, we have a few different types that we can choose from. We've got auto, perspective, cylindrical, and what we're going to do for this one is we're going to leave it on auto, and I'm going to choose my files from my desktop here, and I'm going to say give me these files, hit OK. Now it lists these together, and I'm going to choose blend images together. Some of the new features we've got available to us now are vignette removal and geometric distortion correction. This particular lens that I'm using happens to have virtually no distortion to it. It's no barrel issues. So I don't need to have geometric distortion correction on. But if I was working with a lens that did have some barrel distortion to it, some kind of rounding of the image, I could turn this on so that when it goes to blend those images, it takes that into account. And if I had vignetting that was happening on the corners of my photographs that I wanted to remove, I could choose that. So let's let Photoshop do its work, and I'm going to hit OK. And you'll see it's bringing in all of these images. I saved these out as JPEGs just so that they were a little bit smaller for Photoshop to crank through. Originally, these are all saved out as digital negative files that that I had used. And there we go. Check that out. This is, oh, it's got to blend the layers here, so give it a second. So what it's doing at this point is it's analyzing the differences between each of these overlapping images, and it's trying to come up with the best composite result. These are still 2K images, shrunken down from, I believe they were 5600 or something at their highest resolution. So I've tried to do it at its highest resolution, and for anybody who saw our 1-hour demo webinar, it took a little while to do this. So I'm hoping that this will go a little quicker. I should say that I've got 15 images that are blending together in this particular case, so that's how many I shot to produce this particular effect. Probably could have done it in just 12 shots, but we'll see how this goes together. In the meantime, feel free to post any questions that you might have. while we're waiting for this to do its magic. There we go. Now it's starting to cook forward. There we are. So, took a little while to make that happen, but let me duplicate this file. And I'm going to close down my original. And I'm going to open up my first image in the set, and I'm going to drag it into my scene. And I'm going to make a selection around it. So with this technique, I was able to take this 17 millimeter shift lens, and that's a wide angle lens already. That's a pretty severe field of view, and I was able to shoot quite a bit more in terms of I got all of the furniture here. I got almost all of this trellis as it goes up, and the reason that you might do something like this is so that you have the ability to have multiple crops in your image. Let's look at what Photoshop has actually done to the solution here. And each one of these, it's created these little pixel masks. So that's exactly what was happening to the shot. So it took this photograph, but it's using this much of it. And it applied these all as separate layers. Now when all is said and done, I can go ahead and select those and hit Control E to merge them down, and now I'm working just on my one file. What I like to do is I like to drag some guides into my image like this and put it on some elements that are vertical, because in architectural photography it's a standard that the verticals are straight, as well as I'm bringing in a line here at the center point so that my horizon is going to be straight, and you see that the horizon's not quite straight. So how do we change that? Well, there's a couple of different ways. One of the ways that we can do that is we can go to our eyedropper tool, and we can go to our ruler tool, and part of the ruler tool is we can take a ruler, drag it out over that horizon, and then use this button here called straighten. And it'll take that and it'll rotate our image so that it's corrected to the horizon, and then it's actually cropped the image down according to the empty blank spaces. So that's one technique. The other technique is we could use distort to distort the image. We're actually going to do that now, or take a look at if we need to. Most of the verticals are pretty straight, but you could see that they're just slightly off in a couple of locations right after that. So what we'll do next is I'll just hit Control T to get to my distort function, and if I hold down my Control key, I'll start to drag this across. Now, one of the things that I suggest, you see how it's snapping into this corner? Well, that's because I have snapping was turned on. We want to make sure snapping is turned off as we're working on that. Huh, that's interesting. It's still snapping, and snapping is turned off. It must be because I have my grids on. I'm going to turn off resize to fit so that I can get a little gray space here. And so all I'm doing is just a very subtle tweak to the shifting of those pixels, the angle over. Just that one little shift has gotten us pretty close. It might have pulled it out in the corner edge, but now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a look at some of the various croppings that I have in here. One of the crops that I could use is something to this effect. Go to a new layer. I'm going to choose solid color. make that black. Flip that. So one cropping could be like this, and it would be really easy for us to kind of paint out this little additional area in the corners. Another cropping that we have might be something like this. There we go. And so now we've got a super wide cropping that's available to us. And of course we have lots of ones in between. For instance, if we wanted to get a cropping that was this large right here, we would have to go into our scene and we'd have to start making a couple of quick Photoshop paint pieces here. We'd want to maybe start to take this piece and copy it over. It'd be real easy to fix the sky. In fact, I wonder even if Content Aware, a Shift Backspace on Content Aware would fix that right up. Content Aware is not quite going to work so well here. If I hit Shift Backspace and we do Content Aware, it doesn't really know exactly what's happening in that spot, so that's not quite going to be a solution there. But I probably have enough source to take this and extend it down, or maybe I just decide, that it's not quite worth that little exercise for it. So oops, I filled it with the wrong color. And then this here, we probably could get away with at starters doing a little Content Aware fill, Shift Backspace. Now we've got something that probably works here, and then we could take this line and just paint it straight down and probably get away with it. One trick that we might be able to do for this section here is we might be able to try to use our perspective tool, so let's try it. Let's go to Vanishing Point. And if I zoom in on this area for Vanishing Point, I can choose to create a grid. In this grid, I'm going to select this face here, what I think the perspective of this face ought to be, and tweak it around until it looks like it's happy with us. So when it's red, it's not quite happy. And what we can do now is, if that is our vanishing point, I can start to paint this over as long as I make my alignment correct. Maybe take a sample down here. So what that's actually doing now is it's using the perspective to give us a decent stamp. Line that up right there. And we could hit OK. And so you could see that we could maybe start to use our vanishing point tool to bring those things together over here. Not sure actually why it's if I go back to vanishing point, I'm not sure why it wouldn't paint right here. Let's try to take this perspective line and extend it out and see if that'll help. Oh, I see what's going on. It was just the size of my sample that I was using was grabbing some of this white here. So I'm setting it up, aligning it, and there we go. We're doing a quick and dirty version. This we would probably paint out separately, but you can see that, you know, pretty fast we can get something in there, at least that we could go in and touch up those two areas to make it filled up and work. All right. So a couple of other things that you know, we'd already used our heal tool before, and that's just J on the keyboard. We were using the content aware heal tool. Well, that's perfect for getting rid of some of these little dust and scratches, as well as we've got a couple of little flares here that are artifacts from our rendering. And occasionally, you know, you get a couple of little dots on the ground that are out of place. And one of the shots that I took of this particular on this particular mission had it seemed like the birds really enjoyed hanging out there, so there'd be quite a bit of use for using the heal tool to get rid of some of their evidence. So those are just a couple of tricks that I want to introduce to you that are available inside of Photoshop that make your life easy from a photography standpoint. You could tell that we really, if we just make a selection of that again, it's pretty impressive that we're able to get so much more information out of this and all of our additional crops that that we can have. Come over here, shift backspace for content aware. Okay, so I'm going to close out of this file here. We kind of did what we wanted to do with it. Now I'm going to open up another image, a similar image to that. Let me go ahead and find it. It's going to be in my photos here. And you can see I got a whole bunch of JPEGs and a whole bunch of digital negatives inside. It's probably easier for me to go into Bridge to see those digital negative files, so let's go into it this way. Lots and lots of photos here. Bridge is usually pretty speedy. I'm actually throwing a ton of data at it right now because these digital negative files are absolutely enormous. I need these thumbnails to build a little quicker for me. Here we go. Okay, so let's maybe grab this one. So I double-clicked on this image here, and a digital negative file by default is going to open up inside of my Camera Raw. And so what I want to do inside of Camera Raw here is I want to talk a little bit about what we can do in terms of adjusting and doing some major color tweaking inside of Camera Raw. Really great color engine inside of here, and a pretty outstanding tool set. One of the things that you'll want to do is you want to check for updates for Camera Raw pretty regularly. What they do is they add, besides adding some feature sets throughout consistently, there's also additional camera models that it will support natively, and those get updated. So you can see that it's giving me the white balance as I shot it, and you can see my Kelvin temperature here is 4850, and my tint is just slightly into the magenta. I have options here. If I wanted to automatically color correct, it says, well, I think by analyzing this scene, your color balance should be 5250 in terms of its temperature. If I wanted to turn on a daylight filter, you'll see that it pushes a bit of magenta into it and warms up. Cloudy days tend to need to get, tend to be sort of blue when you shoot them, so you wind up putting a bit more in there. Same with shady days. Tungsten is going to be trying to combat a really yellow light by putting in an extra additional blue. And then we've got fluorescent and flash. And of course, we can always change this to custom. So if we want our color balance to slide warmer or cooler, we can do that. If we want the image to take on a little bit more green or a little bit magenta, we have that as well. And then we've got a white balance tool, a picker here, which is the Eyedropper tool. So similar to what we had looked at before when we were inside of curves in Photoshop, this value is going to adjust our white point dependent upon something that we choose in the scene that we are going to select as neutral gray. Well, there happens to be a pretty decent kind of neutral gray right back here. And so the difference is slight. It's changed the temperature a bit between as shot and the custom selection. And you'll see that as you select different temperatures on your scene, for instance, if I select something that's blue and I tell that to be the neutral gray, it's going to push that towards orange. And if I select something that's orange, it'll tweak it. So that's a nice feature to have. I'm still going to leave it as shot as we did it. And this is all shot in RAW. So by virtue of that, I have more color data available to me than if I were to shoot just JPEG image. And you can see that as I bring my exposures up or down, I'm still retaining quite a bit of color information. As a matter of fact, when I expose down, see what happens to the sun there. That sun color is still giving me a pretty good amount of data as I've dropped it down, and I'm dropping it down 4 stops. So we have the ability to adjust our exposure, and again, we've been talking quite a bit about histograms throughout and using that to evaluate what's going on. Well, by looking at this histogram, we can tell that my exposure is probably slightly overexposed, and if I drop down my exposure, I pull that back off, we can start to get down into a more natural state. Keep in mind too, I've got 2 warnings up here inside of my clipping. I can turn on my shadow clipping and my highlight clipping, and it'll tell me what values it's losing that are pure white. So you can see that as I start to overexpose this, I've lost all the color that's in my red channel, and it's really blown that out. So I can use this as a warning to me to see how I'm doing. We would expect this to be pretty blown out, right? Because those are those values that are above 1 in the scene, because it's the sun and the highlight from the sun. But this also is a good explanation of those values that you would be missing if you did an 8-bit file and you went to composite with it. So that's why we've been using quite a bit of EXRs in our early compositing. So let's turn these clipping warnings off. Same would happen, for instance, if I had the clipping warning on and I dragged my black slider up and I started to increase the black amounts. It's telling me that I'm losing data in my blue channel. Okay. Now watch what happens here in this side of the histogram as I bring up the recovery. It takes that little bit of the histogram and it starts to compress it together without adjusting all of the values throughout here. So it's kind of a limited tweak, and what that's doing is, if I even exaggerate a little bit by overexposing it, it's going to try to take my overexposed areas and bring those back into that non-clipped zone. Nice feature to have. Fill light is going to do the sort of opposite of that. It's going to take these values that are down here at the lowest point of your histogram, and as I push fill light out, it's going to sort of bring up the shadowed areas. What happens there is you do lose some contrast in those areas, but we can also kind of extend that back with our next slider by taking our black point back down, and you'll see that we've brought that back down into its darkest tone. This fill light feature happens to be a really nice feature for interior images. If you don't have an opportunity to bring in your sort of strobes or your fill lights to handle those, fill light can be a godsend in terms of recovering some shadows. Also, one of the reasons that I like to show this, show Camera Raw and Lightroom, and Lightroom's going to have a whole bunch of similar tool sets. In fact, they're based sort of on each other, is that this isn't just for photographs. You can bring your renderings into Camera Raw just by opening them up as you can choose file open as Camera Raw, any JPEG or TIFF file that you have. So you can open those up as Camera Raw and change your colorations. You can also save them as a smart object so that when you double click on it, it will pull up the Camera Raw setting and you can get right back to it. So brightness is going to control this part of our histogram right here, and you'll see that if I start to drag that brightness out, it's moving that part. And then contrast is going to increase the distance between our elements, between our colors in our histogram. And so it's going to make the light values lighter and the darker values darker. It's also, in this case, it's doing a nice job of upping the saturation. Anytime that you want to see what an effect did, you can hit P on the keyboard, and that will toggle on this preview up here at the top. So you can find out whether or not what you did was something that you liked. Okay, and now we've got clarity. By virtue of bringing this clarity value all the way up, you'll see what you're going to recognize is that starting to look a lot like some of our unsharp mask features that we had been using inside of Photoshop. I don't think it's quite identical to unsharp mask. If you drop it back down the other way, you get the sort of ethereal kind of bloom to your scene, a little bit of glow, but nice way to make those adjustments. Some other similar tools that we'd used in Photoshop, we've got vibrance here. And you notice in this scene, when I turn this vibrance way up, it's really pushed these blues, but it's sort of left my yellow tones and these kind of red wood tones. It's left those virtually alone, and that's partially because those are falling into that skin, near that skin tone range of colors that it's protecting. Whereas if in my saturation here, as I bring that up, it's saturating all things equally, and if I hit Z to zoom here, a couple of things that we might start to notice. You'll see that we've got some of that fringing that we were talking about. There's a little slight green line here that's running along the column. And there's maybe a slight magenta line here. There's green there and magenta there. And we would looked at in Photoshop using the lens correction to actually add some of that to our rendered image to give it a very subtle effect. Now you'll notice that it's hardly noticeable in this image, and that's about how much I would say you'd ever want to use. Next tab over, we've got something that's also going to be very familiar to us after our color correction workflow inside of Photoshop, and this is our curves here. And just like we had done before, if we start to bring our dark values down and our light values up, and this begins to look like an S-curve, we now realize that that's exactly what we've done. We've added some contrast to it. If I hold down Alt at any point inside one of these tabs, I can hit Reset, and it'll set it back to 0. So if you made some changes, you don't have to go in here and individually zero these back out. You can just make those changes. You can also go in here and adjust points, and it's given us already point curves, and you can see that it's already tried to be smart, and it's given us a medium contrast. If I put linear, there's nothing on there. If I put medium contrast, it gives us this S-curve, and you can see it's got a little bit more at the bottom than the top. If I choose strong contrast, well, that S-curve now becomes a bit more pronounced. So those are a couple of presets that you can get at inside of your image, or you can start to adjust these values. You can also move these sliders to limit the effect. So if I only want to increase my shadows from 0 to 12 there at the very bottom, I can take this limiting effect and tell it where that zone is. Next tool we've got some sharpening and some noise reduction, and to do that I'm going to want to look at my image at 100%, and it looks to me like we could probably stand to use a little bit of sharpening. Camera Raw does, we're doing sharpening in post here, so it's, if I turn this all the way up, you could see that we've sharpened it way too much. You know, we've got all this little speckle noise everywhere on our image, and we can adjust what the radius is. So the higher that search radius is, that'll affect the broadness of that sharpening. And the higher the detail amount, the more detail it's going to try to find in these areas. So I'm just turning them all the way up there so that you could start to see it, and I can mask it by luminance values here to turn it on or off. In most cases, a little bit of sharpening will do you some good, but you don't want to go too overboard with it. We can reduce our luminance noise here, and if I zoom way into this back wall, this will be a good indicator. Here's the noise that I have in my image, and as I start to drag that luminance noise, it smooths it right out and takes it out of there. And of course, the detail tells you what detail you want to preserve, so you can adjust these sliders to bring in your luminance, and as well as your contrast of your luminance as you make these adjustments. Now, in this image, let's see, I don't know that I'm going to have a whole lot of color noise in it, but sometimes in a low-end camera, you might get some color noise, or shooting at night, you might get some color noise that you want to take out. In this case, it's mostly luminance noise that I'm running into. Control 0 to zoom all the way back out. We have our HSL controls here, our hue, saturation, and luminance, and I find this to be really nice in terms of what you can do quickly to access all of your different color changes, especially since we had been talking so much in Photoshop of separating these anyway. So we had been making our color correction changes and our luminance changes somewhat independently of each other. So for instance, if I decide that I want my blue to be lighter there in the sky, or if I decide that I want it to be darker, I'm only adjusting the luminance values of those colors, and I'm not actually affecting the hue or the saturation. So some really nice effects that you can get here. Of course, we can saturate by color or desaturate by color. So if I want to bring up the blues and bring down those wood tones and those reds and oranges, I could do that and start to give this a slightly different look. Again, P will preview on and off what that feature is doing at that time, and Alt will give you access to reset. We looked at the black and white image adjustment. Well, we can convert this to grayscale just like we could there, and then this gives you sort of a default mix that it's trying to do, and we can go ahead and adjust each of these color values to try to come up with the best black and white version of our image. Next, we've got something here called split toning, and in a lot of ways, this mimics a little bit of what we had been doing with our gradient ramps inside of Photoshop. If I decide that I want to make my highlights, let's say I want to make them a little warmer with a bit more saturation, well, it's taking all those light values above 50% and it's applying a bit of warmth to it. And if I want to take my darker values and apply a little coolness to it, let me just put these up at 50-50 so that we have the pronounced effect. Well, now I've taken and I've created sort of this sort of overlaid gradient on my image, and if I wanted to push it more towards the balance, the weight towards the highlights or the blues, or the weight towards the shadows, and I'm sorry, the shadows and the blues or the highlights and the warm colors, I can do that. If you're going to use this effect, I would suggest that you keep it relatively subtle, unless you're looking for some sort of overly artistic effect. But it can be a nice touch to your image to slightly give it a kind of a different look. Again, I'm going to hold down Alt and reset. And this is a pretty cool new addition to Camera Raw as well as Photoshop. We'll be able to do this inside of Photoshop as well, and I'll once I open this up, I'll show you where you can access that. We can enable lens corrections here, and I shot this with a fisheye lens, and that's why you see all this distortion in the curvature of this lens. Well, that lens happens to be a lens that comes included inside of Adobe's profile here. So if I turn on Enable Lens Profile Correction, it takes that fisheye and it converts this to a perspective lens, which is pretty fascinating if you ask me, that you're able to do that. And I didn't do anything other than it picked this lens, so it knew that it was a 15 millimeter fisheye and that I shot it with the 5D Mark II. Just a couple of things to be cautious if you do that. As you might expect, there can be a little bit of artifacting around the edges here, a little softness, but it does a pretty darn good job, I would say. Oops, I didn't mean to white balance that. So you can see there's a little bit of blurriness at these edges where it's stretching it. So that's before and that's after. We can also adjust the amount of distortion, but let's say we wanted to do this manually. Well, I could try to pinch in my zoom, or I could even make it more fisheye if I wanted to pronounce it even more. I can twist it vertically, my film plane vertically or horizontally. And that's actually something that I use quite a bit in my images, that sometimes are really subtle rotations in where you had your camera set up that you wish it was slightly different. And of course, just like we looked at with the straighten tool, we can do rotate. We can also use a straighten tool up here. So if I select this and I go across my horizon, now it's saying, okay, if you want to do that, I have to crop the image to this in order for that horizon to be straight. Oops, didn't mean to. I hit escape by accident. Go back to bridge, double click on our DNG. Nope. Not sure what I managed to do there. That's fine. We'll grab a different image. Same gist. Just a slightly different image. So we were looking at our transforms here. Here's where we can add that chromatic aberration, and I'm just going to crank it way up in both directions. So now you can really see it over pronounced here. We've got that magenta on the one side and the green on the other side. This is also another option for you to be able to do that. You can defringe all the edges. So if I actually took off my chromatic aberration, if I double click on those, try to get in here at 100%. It changes the way the chromatic aberration looks. So if I defringe it, it looks like that. If I turn off, it's more solid. And we can get some lens vignetting in there if we wanted to darken our corners, or better yet, if we had some vignetting that we needed to combat, we could push that out and lighten it to reduce the vignetting. We can adjust where the midpoint happens, whether it's closer to the center or further out. And then we've got some effects here inside of RAW that there's a new grain engine. So let me turn the grain all the way up just so that you can see it pretty well. It's much better than that old film grain that that Photoshop used to have as a filter, where you just apply kind of a noise over this. This film grain actually does a nice job of breaking up the pixels, and if I increase the size here, you can see what it actually does when the size gets lifted too. So it's affecting the overall image here. We kind of have a stippled effect here, a pointillized version of it, but it looks much more natural than it did before. And then the roughness value, we'll get in here and kind of adjust these individual contrasts. As with anything, maybe subtle amounts are good. I think there was a question earlier about, putting film grain over rendering, and I say, go for it, but just keep it keep it light. And then we've got a post-crop vignette, which is going to be similar to our other vignette, but it's going to happen sort of after the image has been cropped, so it's got a kind of a different look to it there. And then if we had controls, we could actually standardize our controls and measure those and shoot with a color checker card that we talked about before from X-Rite. And then basically we could have a a setup that we use. So there's a few little presets in here that we can look at from a camera profile. So let's say that we want to see what that looks like with this sort of landscape tweaking. There's camera neutral. Here's what maybe a portrait color profile might be, or camera standard. And it just affects the way it interprets and reads the colors and its calibration here. So we can adjust the hues and the saturations of each of these primary colors and tones that you have in your file. And then, of course, we can save some presets, and we can also save some snapshots. So if we were working on an image and we wanted to find out, if a snapshot was particularly good, we could go to it. Now, that's this in a nutshell. And the good news is one of the things that we want to talk about today is Lightroom, and I'll open up Lightroom in a little bit, but we won't need to cover all of these tools again because they're exactly the same. It's just that Lightroom is built as a separate piece of software from Photoshop, though it's called Photoshop Lightroom, and it's meant for adjusting a tremendous amount of photos. So this is an easier workflow for going through, one to a few renderings or a few photos. But if you needed to go through 100 photos or 500 photos, Lightroom's the way to go. So we've got some tools up here that we should talk about. We can sample some colors. We can do some target adjustments. So for instance, if I wanted to saturate this blue color and I put my target adjustment on there, it's telling me that I'm doing something specifically on that area. I can crop my image as you would imagine. I can choose an aspect ratio and just clear crop there. But if I wanted this to be a 16:9 image, or if I choose show overlay, I can actually look at this with the rule of thirds. Of course, we can align our horizon like we talked about before. I can do some spot removal. Let's see, for instance, maybe this, let me zoom in. This is a weird little piece right here. So if I just oh, I did it again. Don't hit escape. It's just a natural key selection there. So for instance, let's say we got one of these couple of little specks or something. If I go ahead to my spot removal and I drag that out and I pick there, well, that removes that spot. And it's doing it non-destructively. So I can go back in and clear those if I need to. It's kind of doing what we would expect like a heel brush to do. If I had a portrait and I wanted to get rid of red eye, I could choose that. Really powerful tool. We can use the adjustment brush. So watch, I'm just going to paint a little bit over here. If I hit H on my keyboard, it hides the brush. If I select it, you can see where I've actually painted that. And now what I'm doing is I'm actually selectively controlling what's happening in those areas. So if that area wanted to be brighter, or let's say I wanted it to be more saturated, I can make a whole series of adjustment brushes and make those tweaks. I can also apply, let's say I wanted to give it some kind of color tone that was washed as if it had a little bit of color. One thing that you can do with an adjustment brush, can't believe I just did that. Zooming out. If I use an adjustment brush here, and I'm going to go ahead and align my file really quickly. I'm going to take this and I'm going to paint over this area, and I'm going to leave this all at the defaults and white. And we understand what all these are. Sharpness, I can go into a specific area and I can selectively sharpen those areas, or I can selectively unsharpen those areas. So if I drop this below 50, you'll see that we get this kind of optical blur looking effect to it, which I think has a really nice look in terms of an optical blur. So that might be a way that you could selectively kind of paint on an image and try to do some depth of field in certain areas, or expand it. Last thing that we have that I want to show here is a graduated filter. So I got to exit out of my local adjustments tool and then put my graduated filter on. At least I thought I did. I'm not sure where that's set. Is there a preference here that says that all my local adjustments are set not to apply? Well, I'm not sure why that's happening, but that's fine. I'll do the same. I can do, oops, apologies. I can do the same thing by, when we get into Lightroom, the same graduated filter applies there. So I'll just open that up, and I'm not exactly sure why it's giving me this trouble. I guess at some point I turned off my pieces there, but that's okay. We're going to open up the image, going to jump into Photoshop for a minute, and I wanted to show you that under filter lens correction, you'll see that we have some of those same things inside of here. Auto correction found my 5D Mark II and that lens, and it's automatically correcting it. You can see it here. So if I hit OK, there we go. Now I've got my corrected image. Okay, so let's do this before we're going to jump into a couple of more things. We're going to look at Lightroom, and we're going to look at doing some color grading inside of PhotoLooks. Right before we take a break, I'm going to open up one more set of images, and that is going to be a really simple fix, similar to what we had done with our photo merge before. As a matter of fact, we can use photo merge to do this, but I want to show you that even with images open, if I drag this into the same file and I have these two layers in here, I can select both of those layers and I can go to Edit, Auto, Align Layers, and I have the same photo merge tricks that I can use. If I say Auto, there we go. Now it's aligned those two pieces for me, and it's automatically done that. You can see that there's a line between the two, and with those same layers selected, I'm going to do Auto Blend Layers, and in this case it's actually a panorama. If these images were all the same, and I wanted to find out the best version of them, the best quality version, maybe some had people, some didn't have people, and I wanted to get in and selectively grab some areas, I would stack the images and create an image stack. That's also going to take the best sharpening and focus. So do a panorama in this instance, and there we go. In a couple of quick key selections, we've got our composite image that we wanted to have. Okay. So let's take a quick break and come back right at 4:45, and we'll finish off our segment with a little bit of Lightroom and a little bit of color grading using PhotoLooks. Okay, so we're getting ready to come back from break and just do a quick audio test. Wanted to do an experiment here before we move on. This past summer, took a series of photographs out in Montana, or just outside of Montana, of Old Faithful here, and I just stood in one spot and I shot a series of images around and captured a panorama, not a 360, but kind of a 180-degree panorama, and then I waited for Old Faithful to actually erupt and go off, and I took a shot looking straight forward at it. So I want to see if I can comp this all together and have it work. So I'm going to do File, Automate, Photo Merge. In this case, I have all my files open, so I'm going to choose Auto, and I want to blend the images together, so we'll hit OK. So each time it does this, it goes through and it tries to put all of these files together, but it takes my initial image out. And I'm going to see if I move this up to the top of my stack and I turn off my layer mask. Well, actually, it probably won't be too difficult to get this to pop in there, because I could actually just create a quick layer mask on this one. Unfortunately, I'd taken it from a different perspective too, so I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have moved forward, but let's paint this out. Kind of fake it and make our own little postcard here. Softly remove a little bit of that. Get in here and clean up a couple of these little spots where the people's heads are. Maybe follow this ridge somewhat. Going to reduce the opacity of this top layer so I can see this mask. Paint it out. If only these people knew that I would be painting on their heads, they probably wouldn't have. Oh, what did I do? Oh, painting with the wrong color. Just bringing that back slightly around her head. I could probably go in there and tweak it a bit more. I might want to adjust my blues. Ever so slightly. There we go. We kind of tweaked it a little bit, but we could probably say that that's a convincing, quick result for piecing that together. If I flatten this down, I'm going to go ahead and Control E to flatten that. One of the things we were curious about here at the studio in Boston is what happens if we take this top and we do content aware. Well, did a pretty good job. We've got a little bit of a line across here. You could see that there's a slight change, but probably good enough that we could start to get in here and tweak it and affect it. We could also, one of the things that we were talking about before was start to get in here, and let's say if we didn't like how big this actually was, we could maybe warp it and make it a little bit more intense. Now, if I do that, you'll see that I've warped it out of sync here. So that's one of the things you have to be careful of. If you're actually going to make that happen and fly, set it as a new layer. And then lift it up, and then sort of come back in and eat away a little bit of the bottom, which I can also do quickly by going into our mask channel and do a slight feather of that file. Oh, I need to make a selection of it. There we go. We'd have a couple of little areas to paint out over here because of that last warp, but it's probably not a great idea anyway. But that's kind of a nice little trick that you can do. Shoot that panorama, put it together, toss Old Faithful back in. I'm going to save this because I have a copy of it. Control-Alt-W will shut down all of those files. And I'm going to close Photoshop for now. and I'm going to jump into Lightroom. So I'm running the latest version of Lightroom here. It's version 3.3, and it's the 64-bit version. The 64-bit version is pretty darn fast. It's blazingly fast to go through. Lightroom is going to have a lot of the same kind of effects and things that we had seen before in terms of camera raw. As a matter of fact, as I start to show you over here some of the items that we have inside of our develop, we've got our crop tool that we can use, and that rule of thirds. One of the things that we can do in our crop tool is if I hit O in this case, I can look at my different type of composition rules. So I've got a rule of thirds as well as a diagonal rule here. You could see this spiral here as kind of the golden dimension. And I believe if I hit Shift O, it'll switch it around. So you can mess around with that. We've got our spot removal tool, which was something that we worked on before. So if I needed to remove a spot from an image, there it goes, red eye reduction. This is the filter that we wanted to look at, this graduated filter. So let's say I was out in the field there and I wish that my sky had a graduated filter to drop its exposure down and balance it out a little bit in my scene. Well, I can pretty easily just drop in my my gradient here, my graduated filter. I could even punch up the saturation of that sky. If I wanted to put a color to the filter, let's say I wanted to warm it up or I wanted to cool it off, I could also just give it a nice color there if I wanted it to pop. Not sure what had happened there. There we go. We also have our adjustment brush that we can use, and these were the localized tweaks that we wanted to be able to make. In this case, maybe I want to come in here in this foreground edge and drop my exposure down so that that whole foreground edge kind of disappears. You can see that we can change the size, the filtering. If I hit O on the keyboard, we can see the mask of this, of where it's affecting it. I can hit H on the keyboard and that'll hide those effects, these little dots that show up on the image. And I'm going to exit out of that tool, and now I'm going to scroll down. You see we've got our white balance tool, we got our white balance picker. We can go through all of our exposure, recovery, fill light, all of those same camera settings that we had before. We can turn these on and off. For instance, if we want the tone curve to turn the tone curve or any of these pieces on and off, we can. Adjust our contrast values here. Get into any one of our hue, saturation, and luminance, or we can look at all of them at the same time. Split toning we looked at. Detail in terms of your sharpening. One thing that you should note about sharpening here in Lightroom or in Camera Raw, you want to be looking at it at 100% so that you can see what the effect is. Same lens correction features that we have. We could turn this on and adjust our lens corrections. In this case, this lens actually doesn't need any correction to fix it. We've got some special effects here in terms of our vignetting as well as our grain. And it's really nice, I think, to be able to put a non-destructive grain on your image that works well. less so on your photographs and more so on rendered images if you were looking at that. And of course we've got our camera calibration, our histograms. We can actually, in our histograms, we can go in and we can tweak these values just by dragging those areas of the histogram. So I'm lifting up my black point. I can increase my fill light. I can increase or reduce my exposure. I can bring back my recovery. And I find that to be sort of a nice feature of Lightroom, to be able to do that. Your history is over here on the left-hand side, and you can clear it. You can also create snapshots if you want to be able to look at what you had done and go back. So all of that is pretty much very similar to what we had seen inside of inside of Camera Raw. But some other things that we can do with it, we're able to. Here's some shots of the Apple Store. We're able to import our photos and bring them into Lightroom, and what it does is it creates a catalog, and this catalog of Lightroom images will, so for instance, if I want to go into my CG Architect Shop entourage here, I believe that's on my desktop. We could start to add any of these people that we want to have in our Lightroom catalog and drop them in there. And what it'll do is it'll create thumbnails for us. We can add all the metadata that we want and tags to it so that we can search our database. And we can also create these, copy them over as digital negatives, which is what I often do when I'm bringing in my photographs from my camera. You can adjust the file handling, what happens, and how they rename on import, so you can have these automatically give you a name, which is nice as you're doing that to any photos. I'm going to cancel this. We don't necessarily need to import any, but you can have several different catalogs. In this case, this is some photographs that I have for work is one catalog. My other photos of travel is a separate catalog, and I just actually just refer those to different drives as I open up Lightroom. Source things in inside of folders here, or thumbnail. You can look at them in thumbnail previews, thumbnail views. You can compare them. So if I wanted to compare what the differences were, say, between this file and this file, I could look at my XY here. You can also flag your images as a pick, or you don't like it, you reject that image for any different reason, and you can sort by those parameters. You can also get into certain things that you might want to do in terms of slideshow when printing, or you can export web galleries from Lightroom, so that has a little bit of additional functionality for you. Metadata has a whole bunch of different ways to handle metadata, including adding any of the keywords that you might want to add. You can just type them right in, and it'll remember it and suggest it. And then when all is said and done, if you have your image and you like it, you want to export it, you just go ahead and export, and you can choose where to save it to. If you want to save it as a JPEG, a PSD, a TIFF, or a DNG, its quality, its size, its compression, any of those things, you can just batch export it, including you can set up a simple copyright watermark if you want to do those. So just another tool in the arsenal, similar, very, very similar to Camera Raw, a little bit more robust if you're working on lots of images. I'm really tempted just to open up this photograph of the Apple Store and change this guy's pink shirt and her green shirt to something that look a little better in the scene. But let's spend a little bit of time here back in Photoshop. I'm going to go ahead and exit out of Lightroom. And we're going to work on an image here. I think let's go ahead and open up this quick image of this building that we were looking at. It's got a lot of different sort of color variations in it. Of course, we can stamp this out with, if I hit J on my keyboard, we can get rid of that little speck. We've got a crane that was in the image, so I'm going to make a quick selection of the crane. And I'm going to hit Shift Backspace and use Content Aware, which did a pretty good job, but it's kind of still filled in this little piece down here with the roof. So I'm going to select it again and do it again. Sometimes it takes 2 or 3 chances to finish it. If it doesn't work, what you can do is you can always just go ahead and stamp it out and fix it. Whoops. Not doing the most amazing job here of finding the right source that I want to have. But something like that, I might go back to it and fix it. But the Content Aware tool can be helpful in these cases. I can also just hit J and use my heel brush. That didn't do so good a job, so we'll try Content Aware. That did a pretty good job. So just revisiting a couple of those tricks that we were learning earlier. What I want to do with this image is I want to now bring it into photo looks. And that's going to be here, magic bullet, photo looks. I can also, I believe it'll work as a smart object. So convert to smart object. Filter, magic bullet, photo looks. And now that's going to load our image into this this piece of software here. It's a plugin that works for Photoshop. It also works for Adobe After Effects, and great tool. Essentially, on the bottom, you could see there's a progression, and it goes from subject all the way through the matte lens here at the end of the camera, or the matte at the end of the camera to the lens, to the camera itself, to the post-process. So it works in this sort of left to right fashion on it. One of the things that Looks has right out of the box are all of these different sort of defaults that it has built-in presets that give it various changes. From clean start is exactly where we're at. If I choose basic, that starts to put a basic sort of film look on our image, and what you'll see is it's adding these filters down below that affect the image one by one. Now, just as a kind of point of how this interface works, each one of these boxes, as we're adding filters, you can toggle on and off by turning this switch, this red switch here. And any one that you don't like, if you just hold it and drag it to the trash can, it'll go ahead and it'll delete that piece to it. Then when you select your box here of what the different types are, and diffusion is going to give this sort of a glow, and you can see that all the settings for that are over here on the right. And as I turn my grade up for my diffusion, the sort of bloom, this overall wash is going to be over it, and the size determines how sort of big it will be, the radius of that, and the glow is determining that glow effect on it. Bias towards the highlights. If I need this to change my exposure compensation, and almost all of the tools inside Looks have the ability to tweak the exposure compensation. We can also start to push the colors in one direction or another via these sliders, or also down here in the color wheel. And you'll see to the left here what that color is. So before we get into, and I'm also just selecting these, and I can hit Shift Delete and get back to my original file. I also have the tools to the right-hand side. So the tools are lined up just like they are on the bottom. We've got the subject, and these are all the tools that we can access there. We've got matte, and you see that's where a lot of our diffusion happens. We've got our lens, deflares and chromatic aberration. A lot of different sort of camera things that we can do in terms of stock and color reversal or processes. We can also, so as I drag this in here to where it is, you can see I've now just added a bleach bypass to my image. And if I want to give that some sort of like silver look, dropping the exposure down. If I want to see this view, what this looks like with the looks totally on and off, I can click this button right here. And so you could see before and after, where we've sort of bleached out some of these colors and saturation, given it a tiny bit of a different overall feel to it. One of the things that I'm curious about is I'm going to exit this, and I'm going to open up one of our Photoshop files that we had been working on earlier, and I want to see what it does. I want to see how well Photo Looks here works on a full PSD. So I'm going to go back to my PSD files, and let's see. Let's go ahead and open up our train hall image. All right, so here's our overall train hall image, and that had some adjustments on it, some final adjustments. But let's go ahead and select all this and convert it to a smart object. Now, it's a pretty big file, so it might take a minute or two to turn that into a smart object for us. There we go. And I'm going to go ahead and put my filter magic bullet Photo Looks on this smart object. Great. So now what we can do is we can actually use this image that we've been looking at before and start to determine what we might want to look at on here. Here's a major diffusion view, and I can zoom in just by scrolling in and out if we want to get closer to what some of these effects are looking like. Go back to Clean Start is going to give me my basic original shot. You could see that we can just add some sort of sepia tone or some platinum tone to this thing if we wanted to give it that type of look. Quite a bit of diffusion. Unbloom would reverse that diffusion look. And it's separated into these different categories here, so you can see that our category here is music video. So, here's one that's got a totally crushed set of colors and looks to it and kind of gives it an overall different feel. This is a looks that's going to make it a bit sharper. And again, we could toggle that on and off of what that's looking like. So you can see that's really pushed the contrast down. It's also taken over a little bit of green. We talked about putting in some of these gradient overlays. Well, here's one where you could see that it's put this sort of heavy yellow gradient over that. Certain shows like CSI Miami or different shows, you'll notice that they actually do that kind of same thing. They'll put this really heavy look over the top of it. And of course, we're going to go ahead and we're going to create our own look on this. But one popular effect is that you'll see sort of a swing tilt focus on images here. And if I go to my swing tilt film, I can choose where my area of focus is going to be. And I could zoom out and I could determine so that's like using a tilt shift lens. If you apply that over footage, it starts to make things, oh, I believe I inadvertently had moved this off to the wrong area. Popular effect to make things start to look like they're miniature. So you can see I'm controlling where that goes. Blurs everything up top and down at the bottom using this gradient where this gradient is set. There's also different stocks that you can emulate here. So if I was trying to use this particular film stock of the AG film stock, it will be quite a bit more saturated and give me these sort of cyan colors. If I wanted it to be really sort of black and white and grainy, we can apply that to it. And this is using a different type of film grain, of course, than what we were using inside of Lightroom or Camera Raw, but similar type of effect that you might be going for. A lot of contrast. If we look at subtle film here, we've got something that all it's doing is it's applying this curves to it. And this falls right in line with what we've been talking about the whole time, where we've got this S-curve, and it's applying the contrast to it. It's also taking a little bit of the saturation out. It's desaturating the image, and we can affect these contrast controls just by grabbing these buttons on the slider here and starting to drag them down. And like we could do in curves before inside of our Photoshop curves, we can grab our red, green, and blue channels, and you see that this lifts up the blue just slightly in the darks. In this case, you don't have an unlimited amount of curve control. It has more than levels, which is great because we've got at least, we don't have these at the end that are trying to do this clipping function. We've got 5 different items that we can use and select in there. And then we can do an overall tint to our image. So let's go ahead and work on, I'm going to delete these, and let's look at making our own look that we want to have. So I'm going to go over to the tools. And one of the things that we might want to take a peek at, and starting in the subject here, is let's look at crush, what we can do with crushing our colors. Well, the higher that I bring up this value, the more it crushes that direction. The more I drop this down, the more it starts to crush our black tones. We can also bring in a bit of a color here. So if I wanted to bring in a slight bit of magenta or push it towards this other color, let's try to do something like that. Turn it on and off. So we've given ourselves a little bit of contrast, overall contrast. Now, if we want a certain spot in our image to be a lot brighter, I can drop in, and you'll notice that if I, instead of dropping it down here, I can also just drop it to the area on my camera that we want it. Let's say I want to do a bit of a spot exposure right out here by where this bloom is happening. So I'm going to set that up right around there. And here's where I'm going to be very gentle with the amount of stops that I use. Or if I went the opposite direction, you'll see that it subtracts that out of there. But I'm going to set up just a little bit of spot exposure coming through that zone. And I can also tint it as well. So if I wanted that to be blue or I wanted it to be warmer, we can experiment with what color that ought to be. I'm just going to keep it very gentle. We've got a radius, a spread, and a fall off that we can adjust here, or we can grab it on the image and move it. We can also grab our X and Y values and slide those around from this direction. So here's where we were originally. Now here's where we are with our bit of a crush and a spot exposure. Diffusion is going to kind of give this an overall haze to the image, and that's nice if you're trying to do something that's a bit atmospheric and maybe make the whole image feel like it's got this soft glow over it. And you'll notice what's happening here to some of these areas. As I make that larger, we're actually losing a little bit of contrast, but that's okay. And it's using a very small look of small rendition of this baked in as we're messing around with it. So here's our diffusion, and that's kind of giving this a little bit of bounce glow everywhere. And of course we can adjust that coloration as well. We can determine if that only happens in the highlights or if that happens over our entire image. So we can kind of mask that effect out according to the luminance values. There are diffusion settings, so if we just wanted to leave this one off for a second and we wanted to take a peek at some of the standard ones, for instance, I've got a cool fog I can drop in. Well, that gives this whole thing sort of a foggy haze to the image. I can drop in a diffusion here that's sort of got this white diffusion that makes an overall ethereal glow to the shot. Or this one, which is really, really intense, you can see that it's just kind of bloomed this whole thing out. Summer sun is going to introduce a bit of warmth to it, and that's actually sort of nice in our image because we have so many cool tones to it that the hit of this warm tone that we're using is pretty nice. So I'm actually going to use the summer sun, but I'm also, you can see the grade is what determines that intensity. I'm going to drop the grade down slightly, and I'm going to drop the glow. Actually, I'm going to turn up my highlights only. Oops, wrong one. I'm going to turn up my highlights only just a little bit to preserve some of that dark contrast. So here we are with our summer sun glow, and that gives it kind of a nice little hit. Now, if I wanted to warm up my whole image, I could do this this overall warmth to it, but that doesn't look very good. Moving on, we can jump into our different lens selections here, our lens options. And the first one is just very simple. It's an exposure. An exposure value is going to raise this up or down to stop. Spot exposure will do a area or a circle exposure. A gradient will give us an exposure of a gradient. Our vignette, we can control if we wanted to make this dark around those edges, and we can control what's light and what's dark. So you can see that we've started to maybe darken in those edges just a little bit. Doesn't need to be on there at this full strength. If I'm going to put it on, I'm going to leave it on at a sort of a low value, but do a quick little vignette. If we wanted the edge to be soft, if we wanted that to actually be blurry, everything inside of the circle is nice and sharp. Everything outside the circle is blurry. So you can see as I drag that across my image, that gives us that effect. Occasionally, that's a nice thing to do in video. In this particular instance, we're not going to do it. I can add this anamorphic flare to my image, and you'll see if I turn my threshold down, it's going to flare it up. If I turn my threshold up, it'll start to go away. I can boost it, and what it's doing is it's giving us these highlight flares that are vertical across our image, and it's giving it a color tone here. Now this, in this particular instance, is a little severe, so we won't need it. Chromatic aberration, we've seen a few different options, some solutions for that. It's not going to look necessarily very good on this particular one because we're using a low-res version inside of this, but you could see that as I drag my cyan and my magenta in opposite directions, we've got a really pronounced chromatic aberration effect. So you don't need to use it very high to make it effective, but let's use a very subtle amount here. We could add a little bit of blue-yellow if we want to. And we already looked at our swing tilt. So the next one here is we've got camera. Both camera and post have quite a bit of options that we can do. Some of them are the same as what we've seen: exposure, spot exposure, gradient exposure. But now we can start to get into our contrast and our color contrast. We had already put in the crush from before. If I come in here and I put in color contrast, you can start to see that by tweaking these different values here, we're messing with the relationships between these colors. And as I lift up my value here, I'm really pushing up the contrast. So if I wanted that to be bright and bloomy, I could possibly do something like that. Liked it where we were. Shutter streak is kind of going to give this thing an actual, feeling like it was from a projector. It's got this artifact on it. Color reversal, you could start to see that takes the lower areas here and darkens them, bringing in a contrast. Might be nice for a landscape scene. Bringing back a little bit of that detail that we had. I'm going to leave my exposure compensation off. I'm going to leave that on as just a... Nah, I'll delete it. We were good without it. Saturation, here's where we can, if we want to up our saturation and make this more saturated or down our saturation. I'm actually going to drop our saturation slightly to give this a bit more filmic look. And we can change the overall warm or cool tones of the image, just like we were looking at some of our color temperature before inside of Camera Raw. Certain processes of film, in this case it's kind of giving this cyan effect to it. 3-strip process has a kind of a different effect as we crank that up or down. It's pretty sensitive. But if I do that 3-strip process, you'll notice that I'm actually giving it a bit of color or a bit of contrast definition in here. Then we've got our film grain if we want to add it. We can do a full negative bleach bypass to this, which is really starting to subtract the color out of the image, but might be good for a filmic look that you were going for. We've got our curves, like we mentioned, that we can utilize. And then the last place is we've got a lot of the similar features here in our post, but we can do something like a 3-way color corrector, which is a very common tool inside of working with color correction and video. And essentially we have 3 places to make these adjustments: our shadow, our midtone, and our highlight. And we can control the different strengths there. In my shadow, if I wanted to bring sort of more blue into my shadow, I could drop that down into the blue. I can also bring my value down. If I wanted to bring warmth into my highlights, I could start to bring this up. If I need to bring some extra brightness into my highlights, I could do that. So you can see with this 3-way color corrector, we've started to give it, we've even taken some of the other colors out of the scene and sort of pushed them a little closer to the contrast. That's maybe a little too strong for what I'm looking for. I want just a tiny bit of that. We can shoulder our image, and shouldering is going to automatically clip the highlights so that they don't go above white in here. We hadn't done anything that really pushed our highlights too far to necessarily need the shoulder, but that gives it a kind of, the curve at the top drifts into a flat part. Some other standard film tools like lift, gamma, gain. If we needed to bring in certain colors into our channels in the low and the lows, mids, and highs, we can change our lift, gamma, gain. Operates with some similarities to that 3-way color corrector that we were looking. You could see how those two have a little bit of relationship into how they're used. And I think the only one that we hadn't looked at was this telecine effect, and that has a turn off this exposure compensation. This gives it a different kind of, film effect that's got a bit of a graduated look. So you can see that it's giving me this contrast, but with like a bit of a bloom. Range saturation, we can get into our shadows, midtones, and highlights, and figuring out where those saturation values might want to be. And we've got before and we've got after in this case, and we've put a pretty subtle look on it, but it's pushed the colors a bit together. It's given us a little bit of bloom effect in these bright areas. And let's go ahead and do one last thing before we drop this. I'm going to put in one last contrast, and I'm going to put that at the very end. And I'm going to just up my contrast value ever so slightly. There we go. So we've got before and after, and I'm going to go ahead and hit OK. Oh, looks like maybe somebody else is using looks at the same time. Let's see if this so it's giving me this X on it because somebody else in the studio, I guess, had been using looks at the same time. That's okay. We can sort of see down in here what some of those differences were. Turn this on and off. There you go. So we kind of blended the colors. We got a little diffusion in there. In this particular case, we went subtle, but we could go over the top if we wanted to. We could put all kinds of grain and contrast and you name it. Okay, well, I think we're rounding up to the end here. We've covered we've covered everything on our list so far, and if you have any questions, before we sign off, now's the time to ask anything that you might want me to go back in and review quickly, or if there are any questions that you have, go ahead and put them into the chat. Raise your hand if you're in Boston. Okay, well, thanks for everybody for tuning in to our Photoshop Advanced class, and hope to see you again soon at another CG School class shortly. Thanks.